Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of EU Open Data Days 2025. I'm still Jennifer Baker, and I'm still going to be your MC today, guiding you through the program of more great speakers and more new themes discussing data today. And of course, today we will be looking at data reuse and impact, as well as data visualization, communication, and literacy. So moving on from some of the themes we discussed yesterday. And to get a sense of what everyone found enjoyable or interesting or perhaps surprising from yesterday, we're going to begin, as always, with a Slido poll. You can see the QR code here on the big screens. For those of you joining online, also a very warm welcome to you. You can use your laptop, your computer, and navigate to slido.com, and you can put in Open Data Days 2025. It's all anonymous, so you can just put in what was your key thought in 1 or 2 words, your key takeaways from yesterday. So I can see we have at least a couple of participants typing. Interesting. Well, that's a very good start. Networking, we know lots of that happened as well, and we will have more networking again today, of course. Data, well, if you didn't say that, I wonder what event you were at. Portals, innovative ideas, innovation, enthusiastic. Nice chocolate, thank you for the feedback. AI, metadata, open data is the best, data catalog. Interesting and insightful coming out, that's great. DCAT, Zenodo, yes, we had some of that. Transparency as well as data ecosystems. Big challenge, yes, we did hear about some big challenges yesterday. I know that isn't top of mind here, but there were some challenges discussed and also some good ideas, I think, also on how to overcome them. Long live open data, that is, I think, yeah, we still have 13 people typing, so goodness knows. Metadata quality now coming out a little bit more important than the chocolate. So that's good to hear. Okay, well, thank you all very much. We will leave that. We'll gather that, and if you really want to find it later, I'm sure we can share that visual with you, because we do want you to share your thoughts on social media. You can use the hashtag EU Open Data Days 2025 on the social media channel of your choice, whatever that happens to be. And maybe do take some photographs, tag your friends and colleagues, and make them jealous that they're not here today. With that, I'm going to hand over to our opening speech today to set the scene. We have very nicely joining us a representative from the Polish Presidency of the European Council. So please do welcome to the stage Deputy Minister Rafał Rosiński, Under Secretary of State at the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Poland.
First of all, good morning in the sunny Luxembourg. Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure to attend the 2025 edition of EU Open Data Days as Poland's Deputy Minister for Digital Affairs and at the same time representative of the EU rotating presidency. Open data is not merely a concept. It is the foundation of modern, transparent, and innovative societies. In today's interconnected world, data is an essential resource for our economic growth, innovation, and improving quality of life. In particular, it's crucial for startups and SMEs in developing products and services, including AI applications. The transformative impact of data is visible across various sectors, including healthcare, environmental protection, agriculture, and public services. Open data further strengthens transparency in public administration and increases citizen engagement. By making data accessible in an open format, we foster innovative products, services, and solutions driving economic growth and improve the lives of our citizens. Everyday applications such as weather forecasts or navigation rely on open data. The EU has been very active in shaping data policy through legislative and non-legislative initiatives, promoting the reuse of public sector information and fostering trustworthy data sharing practices. Recent legal milestones such as Open Data Directive, the Data Governance Act, and Data Act demonstrate our dedication to shaping a data ecosystem that ensures access and sharing while safeguarding European values and fundamental rights. In Poland, we have pursued a coherent, evidence-based open data policy built on 3 pillars: regulatory, organizational, institutional, and technical. At the institutional level, the cornerstone of our approach is the Open Data Program 2021-2027, which aims to enhance the availability and quality of data on our national open data portal, dane.gov.pl. Our goal is foster and environmental, where open data translates into new services, products, business models, and job opportunities. We are also committed to maintaining our position among Europe's leaders in open data. Collaboration is a key to our efforts. We have established a network of open data officers operating in Ministry and the Central Statistical Office. They prepare data opening schedules, report on the implementation of Open Data Program, and taking action to increase the open data awareness of the office and subordinated entities. To foster awareness, we organize regular meetings, training sessions, and conferences, such as the annual The Future is Data conference. This year it will take place in Łódź on April 28th till 29th as part of Poland's EU presidency. On the technical side, the dane.gov.pl portal serves as the central access point for open data in Poland. With over 42,000 data resources from more than 500 suppliers, it offers advanced functionalities, including data visualization, automated data sets, uploads, and insights into data demand. It also serves a knowledge hub with educational materials for both experts and beginners. These efforts have results in Poland's high rankings in European and global open data assessments. Despite significant progress, certain challenges remain. Barriers such as insufficient incentives for data sharing, regulatory complexity, interoperability issues, and limited data literature still need to be addressed. Additionally, AI presents both opportunity and challenges for open data initiatives, reshaping how data is accessed and utilized. I'm confident that working together among governments, business, academia, and society, we contribute to a truly integrated data market that enhances the EU's global competitiveness and innovation. This conference showcases the best practice and use cases from diverse perspectives. I look forward to engaging discussions and valuable insights. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a productive and inspiring event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for your kind words and your encouragement for today's discussions. Now, our next speaker would have loved to be here in person, but unfortunately he wasn't able to make the journey. But we do have an exclusive video message from Roberto Viola, the Director General of the Directorate General for Communications, Networks, Content Technology, more commonly known as DG Connect, in the European Commission. Let's have a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, though I cannot be with you in person, I'm really delighted to welcome you to the second day of the EU Open Data Days. Over recent years, we have made significant progress in EU data policies. Yet, there's more work to do. As we navigate a pivotal moment for Europe, especially in artificial intelligence, we know that high-quality data, computing power, and advanced AI skills are essential. This is why our flagship initiative is to establish the so-called AI factories that will integrate all these crucial elements. Since the launch of the European data strategy in 2020, our aim has been clear: to create a single European market for data that powers AI and spurs economic growth. This strategy stands on two pillars. First of all, a robust legislative framework, not too heavy, and the development of common European data spaces. On the legislative side, we have introduced key regulations to make more data available, but at the same time maintaining trust, security, and reducing reporting obligation. The Data Governance Act creates trusted mechanisms for data sharing, including intermediaries and data altruism schemes, and ensuring that valuable data sets, such as crucial AI for training, can be reused safely. The Data Act ensures fair access to the use of data, and in particular, data that come from industrial application and IoT sources. And those data are a key for AI-powered smart manufacturing, predictive analytics, and innovative services. These efforts are complemented by the Open Data Directive, which improves access to the public sector data. Clearly a critical resource for AI and digital innovation. We have also introduced high-value datasets in machine-readable format, making integration effortless for business, researchers, and AI developers. These datasets, covering areas like geospatial environment and company data, are key to driving AI innovation, especially for SME and startups. Our commitment extends to creating common European data spaces. They are designed for seamless sector-specific data sharing. These data spaces provide AI systems the high-quality datasets necessary for effective training, and they are the backbone of AI development in Europe. When I look ahead, I think that we need to unlock the full potential of data, and this remains crucial for productivity and innovation. Access to data is still a significant hurdle. European companies often struggle to access the data they need for training AI. To address this, the upcoming Data Union strategy will focus on making high-quality data more accessible for AI and to simplify regulations. Data is the lifeblood of AI and digital innovation. Without access to high-quality, diverse, and trustworthy data, Europe cannot build the next generation of AI solutions. Europe cannot power its digital economy or compete globally. The creation of common European data spaces in our AI factories, it's really a strong foundation for a European data economy. Yet, the journey continues. The availability and accessibility of more data for AI development is imperative. In closing, I would say we have made significant strides, but our work is far from being finished. Throughout our collective effort, we will foster European innovation, empower our businesses, and build a digital future rooted in trust, fairness, and opportunity for all. Thank you for your attention.
And indeed, we are delighted that Roberto was able to take the time to send us that message all the way from Brussels as we get started on day 2 of our event. Now, our next speaker is the first of our keynote speakers, and we'll be having a full half hour to discuss what is going on, and we will be absolutely delighted to hear from, if I can find the details of his title, because it is quite long if I'm not mistaken. We have the 4th wave of open data, combining open data and AI creatively for social impact. I hope, Stefaan, that I've got that correct. Stefaan is co-founder and Chief Research and Development Officer of the GovLab in New York, as well as co-founder of the Data Tank in Brussels and research professor at New York University. Stefaan, thank you very much.
Great. Thanks so much for this kind invitation, but also kind introduction. At least you found the right, otherwise I should have to act for someone else, but you never know. I would do my best to improvise. But indeed, delighted to be here and delighted to reflect on whether we are entering a 4th wave, because typically, as you can see, when I give this presentation, I still have a question mark whether we actually are going to enter a 4th wave, and also what will it take to actually enter a 4th wave, and what will that mean with regard to the other waves as well. As was mentioned, I'm the co-founder of 2 centers. One is called the GovLab, based in New York, and the other one is the Data Tank, which is a new do and think tank around data and data reuse based in Brussels, where I'm initially from. And I'm also, as was mentioned, a professor at the Engineering School of New York University. And much of the work that I've been doing the last 10 or plus years is really about how do we change the way we make decisions in society? How do we change the way we design public services? How do we change the way we go about solving public problems? And obviously, one of the key assets that enables us to change the way how we go about solving public problems is data. And so a lot of the work that we've done is really thinking about how do we leverage data in ways that can inform decision makers, that can inform people in how they make decisions in ways that are both effective but also legitimate. Now, the real challenge in doing so is that in order to make decision-making more data-driven, you need data. And it turns out that that is kind of one of the key challenges, is that while a lot of the data is being generated on a daily basis, and it's actually accelerating as we speak, a lot of that data is obviously not accessible, let alone reusable. And towards that end, instead of only focusing on kind of data-driven decision-making, we also started working a lot more on actually how do we start opening up data, how do we start providing access to data in ways that then subsequently can be reused for actually decision-making, which turns out to be an unresolved challenge, unfortunately, which is why everyone is here today to actually make progress on that challenge as well. Now, if we look at open data, and so we've been part of the open data movement since kind of its early starts, it's also fair to say that we've gone through a variety of waves. And I think it's important to look backwards, perhaps, to also think about the future. And broadly, what we have identified and what I've been writing about till recently is, of course, the presence of what I call 3 waves of open data. And I do have to say is that the focus here is mainly on open government data, not per se on open science data, which has gone through different waves. And so it would be kind of reductive if I would generalize that as well. And so the 3 waves are broadly, the first wave was really about freedom of information, and that, of course, remains fundamentally important, especially in the current environment of geopolitical challenges. And here it was really about data on request, was kind of a right to know, pull-focused, and it was all typically at the national level, although subnationally, of course, we've seen many FOIA developments as well. Second wave was, of course, where everyone here in the room probably joined as well, which was kind of the open government data, where really focus was about open by default, which was more about push-focused. Instead of asking for data, data was actually made available on a portal, and this focus was typically national and international. And then the third wave, which is also where we have done a lot of work on, was then, of course, the kind of the area where not only public data was made available, but also private data. Industry data, as was mentioned, through the Data Act, for instance, is also increasingly made accessible. But obviously that cannot be done just by putting it on a portal. Quite often you need partnerships, and that's where we coined this concept of data collaboratives, but also the importance of aligning with subnational open data portals, which was discussed yesterday as well. So we've seen those three waves, and we are, I would say, still working on those three waves. And important to say is that none of those waves exclude the other wave. They build on each other, and freedom of information remains important. Open government data remains important, of course, and it is about how do we actually build upon those as well. Unfortunately, however, what I've seen and what I've been writing about lately is that despite those waves, we actually also are in a critical moment where we see a backlash, or using the waves, a backwash with regard to actually progress that was made with regard to open data. And so my talk this morning is going to start in a somewhat pessimistic environment, because from my point of view, we are actually in the midst of a so-called AI summer. We are actually witnessing a data winter, where we actually see an enclosement of data that typically was made available, or we see a less commitment to the open data initiatives that we've had before. And we could see actually those waves that they come and go, and I think we are actually in a downward wave as well. A few exhibits to support my data winter reflection. One, for instance, data that typically was provided by social platforms has been closed. And of course, we see this with X, which now has become basically pure pollution. And we also see this, of course, with Meta, which typically provided access to some of their data that is also being closed. Climate data, which typically was open science data, was data that was widely available, has also become more and more closed and harder to access, and has become kind of proprietary data as well. What we also see is that as a result of some kind of extractive behavior by Gen AI developers, we see what I call generative AI anxiety, where typically knowledge commons such as Wikipedia or even Reddit or other kind of providers of typical, knowledge data have become very nervous about the extractive behavior and are starting to close down some of their data as well. Frankly, to say is that Gen AI, and especially, for instance, ChatGPT, would not exist without Wikipedia. But what has Wikipedia got into return? And so as a result, there are some real concerns with regard to the return on investment of making data widely available if it has become used for fodder, for training without a return on investment. And then what we see as well is that despite the fact that a lot of data has already been used to develop foundational models, everyone is now starting to talk about the data scarcity that we are entering, where we actually see that those who want to train data, especially large language models with the emphasis on large, we see, of course, that they are actually starting to become very worried that the next batch of data is becoming harder to have access to. And so they are starting to talk about AI scarcity. The result is also AI scarcity as a result of what we see in the so-called public web, where typically it was easier to, for instance, scrape indeed. And we can have a whole discussion to what extent is that ethical or desirable, but to a large extent, there was a large part of kind of the open data set for training AI. Now we've seen, and this is kind of research that was published recently, we see a 3,000% increase in closing down data on the public web, which means that data typically was kind of easily available for particular purposes has now actually become much harder to access. I'm also on the research council of the Open Data Barometer, who tries to measure on a regular basis what's the current state of open data worldwide. And as you can see from the last global report, we see kind of a decline in commitment to open data worldwide as well, which is why I'm delighted to be here in Europe, where that commitment is still alive and kicking by looking at the audience here today as well. But in the rest of the world, it's obviously not the case. And then if we reflect on where I spent a substantial part of my time, we see actually a massive decline in data and availability of data. If you look at what's happening in the US at the moment, is basically a total dismantling of the information, open and fair information ecosystem, where, for instance, more than 3,000 official websites have been taken down. Educational statistics is gone. Environmental statistics, it's gone. Labor statistics is becoming enclosed. And so we see a massive, massive decline in actually the commitment to openness and the commitment to open data, which is why I feel we are unfortunately entering in a data winter, which is the pessimistic assessment. Now, the positive element is that we might also be at a fourth wave. We might actually leverage, for instance, new tools with regard to democratizing data in new ways, in ways that actually might make it easier to have access to data as well, which is what I have called, are we entering the fourth wave of open data? And the fourth wave of open data cuts both ways. One, it's about using open data to improve AI, or to, as was mentioned by the Director General, to really support the creation of new foundational models, for instance, or new applications with regard to AI. But perhaps more interesting for this audience, actually we can also start using Gen AI to improve access to data, democratizing data as well. Now, if you look at improving AI, here from our report that is anyway openly, of course, accessible to download, we've identified multiple use cases and scenarios where open data can play a role vis-a-vis the further development of AI. We have several scenarios, and those scenarios, by the way, were developed because we got called upon by many open data providers, very large open data providers, both in the US and in Europe, who knocked on our door and said, we have a problem. And the problem is that if you go to Gen AI, especially the foundational models, much of those foundational models don't have our data. And so if our mandate is to inform society, and society is starting to go to Gen AI interfaces to learn about society, we have a problem if our data is not part of actually Gen AI that seeks to inform society. So the question then is, of course, how can we make our data part of actually the Gen AI offerings, which is currently largely not happening? And so we started to look into, first of all, anyway, why is that? And it turns out, which I will talk about in a second as well, is because much of open data is not AI ready. Much of open data, the quality, frankly, is not a par with what is needed in order to train, especially augment certain kind of data. But also there was no understanding, frankly, what the possible scenarios could be for using open data with regard to Gen AI. And that's why we developed the scenarios, which of course starts with training or pre-training to ultimately fine-tuning. But I think, and here is kind of our observatory that also is accessible, where we have documented multiple use cases where, and actual case studies where open data has been used for Gen AI improvement. But from my point of view, the real interesting use case is not whether AI is going to become, open data is going to become part of the training set, but really whether you can start using open data to augment foundational models, because I think that's the real sweet spot for open data, where you need context-specific data to augment a foundational model in order to have context-specific answers as well. Whether this is, for instance, to support farmers with regard to particular kind of farming practices in particular kind of context, where you need particular kind of information about soil and weather conditions, or whether it's about, for instance, using open data to improve disaster response in particular kind of cities and context as well. And I think open data has a real opportunity to actually be part of the augmentation data through, for instance, of course, RAG models, so retrieval augmentation generation, which actually doesn't require to leverages foundational models to augment some of those things. Now, the other real interesting use case for open data is, of course, to support the development of open source AI. Because, surprise, surprise, and again, there are all kinds of definitions about open source AI and open weighing and that kind of stuff, but obviously one of the key principles behind open source AI should be that the data used for the development of open source AI should also be open. And I think there, open data can also actually add value given the fact that much of the data is already open as well. So this is with regard to how open data can be used to improve AI, and I think there's a lot of potential there. But obviously, more interesting perhaps for this audience is also how can AI be used to democratize data, to actually exactly build a new wave of open data. And here we see multiple use cases. And again, it was mentioned yesterday already by Anastasia that there are, across the data lifecycle, multiple, especially open data lifecycle, there are multiple opportunities as well. And the first one that I think could be super interesting because it also, which was actually one question yesterday, it's great to have an open data platform, but does citizens actually know how to interact with an open data platform? Here we have the opportunity to actually make access to data more conversational, right? Where you actually have an interface, a chatbot with the data that can actually answer questions that citizens have, as opposed to questions that require some data science capabilities in order to make sense of it. And we see a lot of advances here in terms of having this kind of conversational interface with open data, such as, for instance, the Beyond platform is kind of a platform from Abu Dhabi, where they actually have an interface with the statistical data, so citizens can just go and type in any question, and then ultimately you might also have some kind of a response as well, and then multiple others as well. I'm not going to go into detail, and again, some of the actors working on kind of the search engines as well are in the room as well. But I think this adds massive opportunity to democratize data because it doesn't require this kind of typical data science capabilities to actually make sense of what is on an open data platform as well. Now, of course, the other, and again, I'll go quickly here, the other opportunity is to actually complement open data with synthetic data or using open data to create synthetic data that ultimately might fill in certain gaps, which again is a great opportunity to go beyond the existing data that might be there but might not be complete or might also have certain kind of challenges. The other opportunity is to actually use AI to improve the way we go about coding and the way we go about, for instance, developing a code book for leveraging AI. Massive advances in how you can start using Gen AI for programming, right? And there are all kinds of predictions where actually much of the software is going to be developed by Gen AI. Anyway, all kinds of Microsoft indicates that 90% of their software is going to be Gen AI produced, which on the one hand, of course, could be challenging. On the other hand, again, decreases the transaction cost of actually using data and open data in massive ways as well. And that is something that should be considered. And again, could be, for instance, a way of training on how to use Gen AI for developing code books for leveraging open data should be something that is standard practice as well. We can also use AI to improve data, and there are all kinds of experiments here where they embed, for instance, what they call data contracts, right? In order to make sure that at the point of collection and at the point of ingestion, actually the data is of high quality. So they don't really have this kind of constant human oversight of the data, but you actually can determine this is the kind of the level of data quality that we want, and then you can use AI to monitor and to subsequently improve the quality of data as well. And of course, you can start using Gen AI to do data discovery. And we see a lot of interesting applications where AI has been used to actually identify data sources that might not yet be, for instance, on the portal, but could be important to also have there, or to start answering a question, what is the kind of the data assets that we need to have? So these are kind of the promises of the fourth wave, which, just to repeat, really is about not just improving AI or how becomes open data part of actually the way to build AI in Europe and the rest of the world, but also how can we start leveraging AI to actually democratize data, make it easier, lower the transaction cost, that are involved in actually developing high-quality data sets as well. And so from my point of view, there is potential here. Now, the question is, of course, what is required to actually ride the wave, to make sure that the fourth wave is not going to go past and disappear in the future? Well, the first one is, of course, to make sure that open data is AI ready, right? And that turns out to be one of the key challenges in the current environment, which is also why we identified why open data is not part quite often of the training data or cannot be used for augmentation, quite often because it's not AI ready. And so, and this is especially important within the kind of the context of the movement towards data-centric AI, which is, from my point of view, the more interesting movement in the AI space, where they actually really have started to realize it's great to have large language models, but it's even better to have high-quality language models or high-quality data. And I think there's a lot of movement. And again, I recommend everyone to check out the Data-Centric AI Research Hub to really understand what actually is required from data to be able to start ingesting it for data. We also have started working on actually the question whether we need to update the FAIR principles. And then there was a lot of reference yesterday to the FAIR principles as well. And so we just finished a paper where we suggest the FAIR principles with double R, where the last one is about ready for AI, right? So it's important to make it reusable, but then also reusable in a way that it actually can be ready for AI, given the fact that AI is going to become a key driver of innovation, and how can data, which is the fundamental source for AI, actually become AI ready as well. We also need to improve data provenance, which turns out to be, especially in an environment where you want to have more explainable AI, you actually do need to know where does the data come from, what are kind of the challenges with the data, what's the source, is it reliable, and so on. And so here there's a lot of activity in coming up with new data provenance standards, quite often in complementing or improving metadata standards. I mean, there was a lot of discussion yesterday about improving the quality of metadata. My view is that we actually also need to improve metadata or change metadata to make it AI ready as well, not just improve the quality of the existing metadata. And data provenance is one of the initiatives there. So we have now the data provenance standard, for instance, that was developed by the Data and AI Trust Alliance, but also Harvard Law Library has now this institutional data initiative, which I recommend everyone to check out, which is also interesting. Thirdly, we also need to not just make, again, the same mistake quite often that we made when we assumed that all data, right, and this was also discussed yesterday, all data is equally valuable. And again, yesterday there was a discussion about high-value data sets here within Europe. My view is that you can only talk about high-value data sets if you have high-value use cases. And so we need to start documenting what are some of the use cases for instance, Gen AI, where open data can make a difference that we should prioritize, right? Because again, you can work hard on making every data set AI ready, but not all data sets might be equally of high value because of different use cases. And so towards that end, I developed a few years ago, because I was becoming kind of frustrated sitting on panels or giving talks about data. And then the question was always, okay, it's great to have data, but what's the question you seek to answer for which you need the data? And then most of the time, people could not answer that question, right? And so we need to really advance our understanding on what are some high priority questions. And so towards that end, I developed something called the 100 Questions Initiative, right? Which are, what are the 100 questions that matter to society, for which we need data, right? And for which we then need to make sure that this data is of high quality, is AI ready, so that we can actually prioritize those use cases. Without that, we're just gonna keep plodding along and hoping that it will generate value, but not in a more strategic way as well. And I'm happy to talk about that later as well. We also need to start talking about new models of providing access to data, because again, there was a concern yesterday raised in the room about it's great to make data openly available, but then, as you have heard as well, quite often this is then leveraged in an extractive way, right? In an extractive way where one could argue that, anyway, the real beneficiaries of the open data movement have been the large tech companies. And so the question is, how do we make sure that there is actually a return on investment? How do we make sure that data is accessible in ways that are not extractive, or where there is some return to actually the use of data? And that's where data commons comes into play, where data is governed in ways that align with communities, but also in ways that is not extractive as well. And here we just published a blueprint on developing data commons for AI, if you're interested as well. And of course, also other paper that I was part of that really advocates for data commons for open source AI that is needed. Stay tuned here, because we will launch a data commons challenge soon, where we will have 2 prizes to develop kind of data commons as well. Now, the other element, very quickly, is that we need to also broaden our concept of open data. Because if we start thinking about what data is actually relevant for AI, it's most likely not tabular data, right? And most of the open data is still focused on making tabular data, structured data, accessible. Now, it turns out the real interesting data for AI is unstructured data. Is actually data that quite often has multiple modalities and multiple formats. And so we need to really broaden our perspective of open data, right? What would be great if you go to an open data portal, you not just find tabular data anymore. You actually find multiple data sources and data types that can actually be leveraged, whether this is video, audio, or whether it's, anyway, even synthetic data that can start to be leveraged. So we need to really start broadening our concept. We also need to rethink data licensing, because from my point of view, open data licensing has been broken as a result of Gen AI as well. And we need to really start thinking about how do we establish licensing, again, in ways that are more fair and that really can enforce certain kinds of conditions, not by limiting access to data, but to make sure that it's not extractive as well. And then we also need to upgrade data governance, especially taking into account the ethical aspects that might emerge from making open data available for Gen AI. And then lastly, we also need to really, and this is something that I've worked on a lot, in the data tank, but also with some actors here in the audience like the Bertelsmann Stiftung as well, where we really need to start advancing data stewardship, right? Because making data accessible for reuse, and now making data accessible for reuse in ways that is AI ready, requires a pretty sophisticated set of skills and competencies. And quite often we assume that anyone, anyway, that can do data also has those skills. And from my point of view, it actually requires a new function, a new profession, a reimagined profession of data stewardship that we actually have ignored till now. And then, surprise, surprise, we still have difficulty with accessing data, quite often because we don't have the human infrastructure to actually make data accessible. We have been focusing on the governance infrastructure. Everyone is talking about the technical infrastructure, but what about the human infrastructure? And I think we have basically ignored that at our peril as well. So let me close here, because I'm coming to the end of my talk, and I've already been, people are getting nervous. I'm already gone over time, probably. Some final considerations is, and it suffice to say is that we are at a crossroad when it comes to open data. And I just written a piece quoting Charles Dickens from his Tale of Two Cities, where he started the book indicating it was the worst of times, it was the best of times, right? It was the spring of hope, and it was the winter of despair. And I think that's where we are with open data, unfortunately, where we actually see a massive backsliding worldwide when it comes to open data. At the same time, there could be a spring where we actually start leveraging, start reinvesting in our commitment to open data and leveraging new tools to unlock open data as well. And this will require leadership, which is why I'm delighted that the leadership here at the European Commission has shown an ongoing commitment to open data. And I cannot say that from other leadership that I quite often work with as well. but it also requires this ongoing commitment by the community in order to really drive open data as well. The lesson learned from open data, from my point of view, it's so easy to go backwards. And so, because this is hard. And so we need ongoing commitment, and that's why I congratulate all of you to be here and to be part of this movement, and I hope that we can stay working together in the near future to really unlock the fourth wave of open data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Stefan. Now, we are pretty much at time, so if we have one question, I think I can take it. Right, first hand went up just here, and then we'll move on. You have so many accomplishments, it takes time to list them at the beginning. Just here on the edge.
Thank you, Stefan, for a wonderful presentation. My question is about the readiness for the fourth wave and the role of the Chief Data Officer. How ready are we to ride that wave with that role? Do we need to expand the Chief Data Officer to become the Chief Data and AI Officer? Do we need to create a single strategy for this? And what would be the main implications?
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. And of course, you already see the creation of Chief AI Officers as well that would complement the Chief Data Officer. From my point of view, I think the Chief Data Officer really has the task to unlock value of data for internal purposes, right? And the Chief AI Officer eventually will be about leveraging AI for internal purposes, which still means that we are missing a function, right? Which is about how do we start unlocking the value of data for external purposes, right? And so that's why, again, I've been advocating that we need this Chief Data Steward, right? More than ever, to really start thinking about not only what's the value of the data for our internal organization, but how can we actually also make sure that the value of our data could benefit other purposes, especially public interest purposes as well. And so I would argue it's not an either or, it's actually complementing it with a new function. And that could be the Chief Data Officer, right? I'm not advocating that we need to, but then you have to broaden their kind of current mandate, which is typically they are evaluated on have we used the data for internal purpose, which is in itself already a big task. But because there is no point of contact to actually engage about their data for other purposes, public interest purposes, we basically have seen this kind of lost opportunity from my point of view. That would be my answer.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And of course, you can grab him during the networking breaks to follow up on other questions. I believe we might have, yes, big round of applause. So I think we have time for a quick Slido question, just as we set out at the beginning of our data reuse and impact segment. To what extent is your organization or department already reusing data? A little, we've made a start. A lot, but there's always room for improvement. Or not at all, we are ready to start and we need to know more. Okay, so we'll give you a few minutes to vote on that. It's pretty straightforward. And of course, a reminder, those of you at home can also vote as well using the slido.com on your browser and Open Data Days 2025. And you can use EU Open Data Days 2025 as your hashtag if you want to share your thoughts on social media. So most of the answers are suggesting that people are using Slido a lot or a little. Very small percentage saying not at all, which is what we would probably expect in this room, thankfully. So we're going to turn over to our next speaker. It's language data for European AI and striking on two fronts. And to tell us about that, it's Christos Ellinides, Director General of the DG for Translation at the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can brighten up a little bit this morning and bring us back from the data winter in the States or across the Atlantic to perhaps the data spring in Europe. But before I do that, I would like to congratulate the Publications Office, Hilde and her team, for organizing the event and for putting together such a fascinating and rich agenda. For a few years now, I'm running the European Commission for a Department for Translation and AI-based Services, DGT. we have over time spearheaded a series of data-driven solutions, solutions to help modernize and revamp technologically the Commission's language-based systems. As we speak, we are working with data and technology with an ambition to lead from the front on two strands. First, to propel and revamp the working methods of our own public administration, the Commission, into the AI era. But at the same time, we also want to encourage other EU public administrations in similar efforts. And that's the first one. And the second is to contribute to our political ambition to strengthen Europe's digital and technical sovereignty, to make Europe, or to decouple Europe, both from the East and the West, and also, if possible, to achieve Europe's technological independence, which for the moment we don't have. Before elaborating more on these two targets, let me take a moment to say a few words about DGT. We are the translation service of the European Commission and have been around in various forms and shapes since the early days of the European coal and steel community. Our primary objective is to uphold the principle of multilingualism, which is fundamental to the EU. As you may know, translation is a legal obligation for us. And it was actually scripted in the first regulation of the European Community back in 1958. It is the first adopted regulation. That's why it's encrypted or scripted as 1958, Regulation 1958-1. Basically, this means that no legislation can be adopted by the European Parliament or the Council unless it is translated into all EU official languages. In our 70-year history, our service has grown, innovated, and evolved through changes both in working methods and technology, but also changes in the political formation of the EU. We now operate into and out of 24 languages and turn out an average of 2.5 million pages of translation each year. Pure data. But in one respect, the DGT has always stayed the same. People are at the heart of the organization. And that is because translation is fundamentally a human process. I will speak at some length about our technology and data assets, but I would still like to stress that our number one asset has been and will always be our staff. I will skip this slide for the sake of time and tell you that our number two asset has been and will always be data, linguistic data, what we call today many times large language models. The linguistic services of the EU institutions have a long history of handling data, motivated by one of the key challenges of public service translation, specifically the need for consistency across large volumes of text in all languages. In 1995, a small innovation at DGT changed the course of our institution in ways we could not have imagined at the time. This was the year we set up our own data repository. It was codenamed EURAMIS, which stands for European Advanced Multilingual Information System. Originally, it was developed as a reference database for our staff, but EURAMIS gradually became the backbone of how we work in the era of computer-assisted translation. To this day, EURAMIS plays a pivotal role in our work. It has now grown into a vast repository of high-quality data, checked, filtered, quality-controlled, and curated by professional linguists in all 24 EU languages. To give you an idea of the scale of EURAMIS in the last 25 years, it has accumulated over 2 billion sentences, and it is now growing at the rate of 300,000 sentences per day. Without a doubt, it is the jewel on our data crown. But ladies and gentlemen, EURAMIS was only the starting point. As the potential for harnessing big data started to become obvious, we realized that Euramis was in fact our window to a whole new world of possible use cases. Our considerable corpus on multilingual data could potentially provide AI-driven services not only for our translations, but for the whole Commission, and yes, even for the European public. Our first open data project predates the AI boom by nearly 2 decades. By the year 2000, Euramis was one of the biggest repositories of perfectly aligned multilingual data in the world. It was used to form translation memories, we call them TMs, and this is the data which powers our automated translation services and systems. On a daily basis, these TMs will feed into our work, automatically providing our translators with any sentence which has already been translated, and Euramis proved so successful that the public version was made available in 2007. The public version, we refer to it as DGT-TM, was constructed exclusively from EU texts already in the public domain, and it was found as a whole, and it found a whole new set of users, from the research community to the commercial sector, to freelance translators, national administrations, and beyond. DGT-TM is hosted on the EU Open Data Platform, where it is very much used by linguists, researchers, and especially now, AI developers. One of the most successful uses of DGT-TM was in the training of machine translation engines. And DGT quickly saw its potential, and as early as 2013, we launched our own machine translation service. These were the early days of machine translation, where statistical algorithms were the basis for automated translation. Machine translation at that time had the limitations and was only usable for raw translations as a stopgap before a human translation. But it essentially laid down the foundation for our work with AI, which took on a whole new dimension as Gen AI entered the scene. Advancements that we have now in computing power and AI led us to replace our old statistical model of machine translation with neural machine technology in 2017. Neural technology uses an advanced approach based on artificial neural networks which mimic the human brain. The more data our translation engines have access to, the more they learn about the complexities and nuances of languages. For this reason, we needed to change gears in our data collection efforts. And we did this in 2015 with the launch of the European Language Resource Coordination Initiative. It's known as ELRC. And an initiative that was actually developed together with DG Connect and the team of Roberto that you have heard earlier this morning. This initiative was an unprecedented data collection effort to gather open language data across all 24 EU languages. It is precisely this wide language coverage which made the initiative unprecedented. Valuable data was acquired not only for larger languages such as English and French, but also for traditionally what we call under-resourced languages such as Maltese, Danish, Slovenian, Slovak, and so on. And relatively speaking, the boost it gave to the training potential for these languages far exceeded the gains we made with larger languages. So we made more gains for training under-resourced languages than we made for large languages. And this groundbreaking initiative gave us the input we needed to train our in-house neural machine translation engines. And this, in turn, brought us our next generation of machine translation. We call it e-translation. E-translation was launched in 2017 and is now a world-class machine translation service operating within a highly secure environment. Very important to note that this open, data-driven service is free to use by public administrations, small to medium enterprises, non-governmental organizations, universities, and the research community in the EU. That is why only last year, in just 1 year, this AI-based service delivered almost 800 million pages to users throughout Europe. That's an amazing number. The success story of e-translation equipped us with the skills to leverage our experience with big data to develop AI-based multilingual services and innovate in several other areas. For example, we developed a semantic similarity tool for detecting documents with overlapping subject matter. We also developed a smart terminology extraction tool. And we developed a number of other services that are used, again, not only by all EU institutions, but also by national administrations and universities and SMEs and NGOs. These include, for example, some of the services you see there, task, niche-oriented services, task services, not chatbot services. eSummary, an AI-based service for summarizing large volumes of text. Last year, we served 27,000 requests using eSummary. eBriefing, designed to help policy officers produce draft briefing notes from various input documents, and last year we served 15,000 requests. Speech-to-text, a transcription service converting audio and video files into high-quality written text that last year served 14,000 requests. eReply, designed to help prepare replies to correspondence, queries, and so on. And there is more coming. I would like to take the opportunity of this event to announce today 2 more services that we will actually launch tomorrow morning. So yes, this is breaking news, folks. We're launching an AI tool to support web publishing. Tomorrow morning will be up there. This tool will simplify the language and restructure the text according to web writing principles and clear writing rules, such as avoiding jargon, using bullet points, and not repeating information. The second tool, coming out tomorrow, will assist in the accessibility of text for people with cognitive disabilities. This AI-based tool will redraft narratives to contain short sentences with without abbreviations, and avoiding complicated vocabulary for an easy-to-read text. Both of them, tomorrow morning, on that page. All of these tools are developed by a team of prompt engineers with extensive linguistic experience and long experience in AI algorithms. Of course, we are not alone in our efforts to harness data and use it to power AI systems. We explore opportunities for AI-based services with partners from across the Commission, including the Publications Office, and of course, DG Connect. At this point, also, I would like to really thank DG Connect because they are paying for all of this. We are getting all our funding from under the Digital Europe program, and within that context, we are also experimenting through the European High Performance Computing Joint Undertaking. The technical expertise and funding we have received in both these initiatives has been instrumental in taking our work forward, which brings me to the future. So, where are we heading? I just mentioned the Euro HPC joint undertaking, European HPC undertaking. Through this initiative, we have benefited from access to high-performance supercomputers, what we were missing in processing the data we had. First, we experimented with a supercomputer in Luxembourg. It's codenamed Meluxina. We'll talk about it if you want another time, why? Where we have developed and trained our first AI-powered language models. And since last year, because this supercomputer was not enough in terms of capacity, we had to move to the 5th or 6th most powerful supercomputer worldwide in Bologna. It's codenamed Leonardo, obviously, where we have been conducting more advanced and intense training for our AI engines and large language models. Our most ambitious project under the European HPC aims at leveraging high-quality internal data from the Commission and other EU institutions to build a niche institutional EU large language model. Our goal is to create a multilingual LLM which we can offer as an open source model based on the French Mistral language model. Our plan is for this to be entirely made in Europe and cover sufficiently all EU languages, including the under-resourced languages. We will make it available to EU institutions, as well as all the, those that want to use it outside the institutional world, meaning public administrations and academia and SMEs and NGOs. All these projects fit into a wider context, and ultimately, with our private and public sector partners, our language is to help build a fully fledged European language data space, which was mentioned before. In other words, a European platform and marketplace where multilingual data can be collected, created, shared, and reused. I'm happy to also share with you that today, as we speak, March 20th, marks the official launch in Paris of an independent body, Alt-IDIC, that is responsible for coordinating efforts to share language resources throughout the EU. This initiative is well underway, and in recent years it has grown in significance since we now understand just how important LLMs are for industrial and academic applications. To train the models for these applications, vast amounts of language data are needed, and it's precisely the European language data space that will be able to provide this. At the same time, it will support Europe's digital sovereignty, and it will also be aligned with EU rules on intellectual property and data protection. Which brings me to my final point. The political context. An exciting and ambitious, or as exciting and ambitious our work sounds, make no mistake, responsible, safe, and inclusive use of AI is always at the heart of our work. This is our approach to AI. This is the EU approach to AI. And nowhere is this more evident than in our groundbreaking AI Act adopted last year. Just as our General Data Protection Regulation has become an international standard in data protection, we hope that the EU AI Act could become the international standard in safe and trustworthy AI. By firmly anchoring AI safety in EU law, the foundations are now in place for us to advance in our AI journey. Last year, the political guidelines of the incoming Commission and our President von der Leyen sent a number of very clear signals about AI. The Commission's intentions remain clear and strong. Boost supercomputing capacity. Promote Europe's competitiveness and resilience in semiconductor technologies. Move forward with digital and green transition. Support industrial uses of AI, and step up the delivery of AI in a variety of public services. We need to move from ideas into action. President von der Leyen summarized the substance of our approach during her address to world leaders last month at the AI Summit, Action Summit in Paris. The quote on the slide says it all. Ladies and gentlemen, as I already explained, we have been extremely active in collecting, curating, and reusing data. We have led the way in extracting value from open data to develop modern and task-specific services, AI-powered, for EU institutions and beyond. This work has fed into initiatives throughout Europe and across a wide range of sectors, helping to strengthen the EU's digital and technological sovereignty. Striking on two fronts has been the hallmark of our work, and we expect this to continue in the years to come as the work moves from AI development to AI adoption. But let's be clear, the race for global leadership in AI is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Whatever vision on AI the European Union shapes, we all need to be there to help turn it into actions for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Christos, for explaining the hard work you're doing and as well giving us an insight into what's coming in the future. Our next speaker is going to focus on improving data discovery with AI, giving us a look at Norway's national portal. Please welcome to the stage Kjersti Steien, who is the Senior Advisor at the Norwegian Digitalization Agency. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? Yeah, perfect. My name is Kjersti Steien. I come from the Norwegian Digitalization Agency and work as a product owner for the national or the national data portal of Norway. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Before I start telling you the story that I'm here to tell you, I just want you to know a little bit more about datanorge.no. It is a database or a data catalog with a database that consists of linked data, RDF descriptions, and it consists of 5 different metadata catalogs. You can describe datasets, APIs, concepts, information models, and also services and events. And they are all compatible to different specifications and standards which are compatible with each other. For instance, DCAT AP-NO, which is the Norwegian profile of DCAT AP for describing datasets and APIs. So in this presentation, I will concentrate on the datasets because that is the catalog, that is the base of the AI service that I'm going to tell you about. And I will demonstrate how and why we turned to using artificial intelligence and large language models. So it all started with user needs. The data users using our catalog didn't find the datasets that they were looking for, and there were several reasons for this. But one of them was that the data providers themselves are describing the datasets. And therefore, the descriptions are often in a field-specific terminology, which the data users don't necessarily know. So the users looking for the datasets, they didn't know what to search for to find the datasets that they needed. And some of them didn't even know what data they needed. They just needed what case they needed data for. So we considered different alternatives to meet this problem. One of it was to go to the data owners and tell them, you should improve your descriptions, you should make them less field-specific, but that is very time-consuming, it takes a lot of work, and we weren't sure if that would actually elevate the descriptions and make it easier to find them or not. So we didn't do that. We also considered to tune the relevance of the search engine. We had an elastic search engine. We did have some experience with trying to tune the relevance, and it didn't. We didn't elevate the findability during that, but we made the service a lot more complex to manage. So we didn't do that either. We also considered to improve the documentation of the search to make it easier for the users to utilize it the right way, but that wouldn't meet the problem with the terminology being field-specific. So that left us with the alternative of starting to experiment with artificial intelligence. So why was artificial intelligence even an option here? The first thing is that we actually wanted more experience with artificial intelligence, as the team didn't have. We hadn't worked a lot with it from before. This was about a year ago, so it was February 2024, and we thought that we need to start experimenting if we're going to be able to use AI in the future. And this seemed to be a safe place to start experimenting. It was also the case that the Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance in Norway had expressed that she wanted more of the public sector to use artificial intelligence. So the reason why we considered making an LLM search, a large language model search, is because that technology works pretty well to navigate large text hubs and extract information with natural language. And this was what we wanted to do. We wanted to make the text in our catalogs to be easier to find. We thought that it could be a short way for an idea to market. We may elevate or make it easier to find the data sets in a pretty short time without using too much effort. And it would be possible for us to alter the service as we gather more insights and knowledge. But we have some worries before we started. Of course, we were worried about the cost. We didn't want to use all our money on an AI service. And we knew that artificial intelligence can be expensive, so how expensive would it be to make a search like this? We were also worried about the quality. Would it actually give the users answers that were valuable to them? Would it be able to find the data sets that were the most relevant for the users? And would it hallucinate? We didn't know, and we didn't have a lot of AI competence, so we were really worried about that part because we didn't want the users to get the wrong answers. Yeah, and of course, a worry was the lack of AI competence. Would we be able to manage a service like this? And what would that take from the team's time and capacity? And of course, there were security and privacy issues. We were worried about being able to secure the service enough, and we also were worried about the user's right to privacy. Would we be able to protect that? So what made it possible for us to start experimenting? We are a small team and we have a big backlog, as many teams do. But luckily we had a collaboration already with something called the Cross-Sectoral Data Collaboration in the Transportational Sector of Norway. So that's a mouthful. And they had the capacity and the time to start experimenting with AI. So we gave them, we shared our knowledge about the database, we showed them how they could extract data from it, and we also had very well-structured metadata because we are based on DKTP. Then we made this prototype together, which we called the Oracle catalog, where users could put in their questions and they would get out data sets that may be relevant for their query. It took 2 developers about 3 weeks to make it, and they intentionally made it with the same tech stack that we already use, so it will be easy for us to put it in production should it be valuable, or should it be as good as we hoped it could be. So the cost of the prototype was about 170 euros a month, and almost all of that was because they had to set up a database for the search engine. The limitations were, of course, that we only extracted the data catalog one time, so new data sets would not, the users would not be able to find new data sets through this prototype. The findings after the prototype were that the quality of the search was actually much better than we had expected. So we started just testing it to compare it with the search engine we already had. And it actually usually gave just as good or better answers than the search engine did. We showed it to a couple of users. They were really positive. We got positive feedback from the organization and from outside the organization. And as the costs were a lot lower than we had expected, we decided to include the AI search into the new front page of the National Data Portal. So taking the prototype to production took us 3 months. We started with a competence transfer between the teams, the team that had experimented with AI and our team. And we used a lot of time, including the team, in deciding the architecture and the adjustments that we wanted to make before putting it in production. And we used a lot of time making architecture drawings and documentation so that the whole team was able to be included in the discussions. In July, we used 2 weeks to implement the solution in our front page, and we took the time to do a thoroughly risk and vulnerability analysis, and also to be sure that we were able to protect the user's right to privacy. And we also tested it, and we made the security team in our organization to do a security test as well to see if they were able to hack the solution in any way. So August 23rd, we went into production, and this is an example of a search in the AI search on datanorge.no. So here I have asked how the Norwegian schools are performing, and it answers with 5 data sets that may be relevant for my query. It also explains why, it describes what the data sets are, and then at the bottom it explains why these data sets may be relevant for the query. If the user doesn't find relevant data sets here, they always have the alternative to go to the traditional search engine to do a more traditional search. This is a more technical approach or technical explanation, so if you don't follow this, it's completely fine. But it works in the way that information about the datasets and the datasets description, but not all of it, but some relevant parts, are gathered into a database and saved as textual values. Then we use a PG vector and Vertex AI to vectorize the datasets. At the moment, we have a maximum of 7 datasets to be chosen. Then we create a prompt using LangChain to make Vertex AI filtrate out datasets that may not be as relevant to the query. And then Vertex AI returns the answers with an explanation of why these are considered relevant datasets for the user's query. The AI search that we have made is not perfect. It has its pros and cons. The pros, as we see it, is that by using a large language model as it is, it will be easier for us to replace it with newer and better LLMs as they emerge. It is low on power use, it is low on cost, and we control what information we share with the LLM because we have this service between the user and the large language model, which makes it possible for us to avoid sharing personal data as IP addresses, for example. And our part of the service is also open source, so anyone can copy it and use it for their own cause. The downside of the AI search may be that it is only as good as the large language model we have connected it with. And as we don't train the model, it doesn't get better with time, so we have to change it if we want a better model. The LLM that we used seems to not be trained on all the terms in our catalog, so special terms like DCAT, AP, NO doesn't get any results, even though we have one data set that has that term in its description. There are also limitations on how much text we are able to include into the prompt, and that limits the number of hits we can present to the user. And as better and better models are emerging, we get the feeling that we're lagging behind and maybe we should change the large language model, and we have wanted to do that several times, but we don't have the capacity to do that yet. And as far as I can see, Vertex AI is not open source, and we would like all of our solutions to be open source. The production costs right now are 25 euros a month. And that is because we already had a database and we use that for different part of our services. So the part that the LLM uses along with the queries and using Vertex AI, it's about 25 euros a month. We have talked about increasing capacity, and that would increase the cost to about 35 euros a month, but it's still pretty cheap. Yeah. When I made the presentation, we had about 11,612 queries. I checked with the team today, and now we are up to 18,000. So it's about 2,000 queries a month. It's a low impact on the environment because we use on-demand AI. We don't have to buy unnecessary hardware or idle capacity. And by using Kafka events, we avoid harvesting the whole catalog every time there is a change. And we only index the changes that has actually been made. But even if the environment, even if we were to use more energy, we would still think that finding and using a useful data set has a large value in itself and is bigger than the energy that is used through the AI search. So the takeaways that I would like you to take with you from this talk is if you have not started experimenting with AI yet, I think that you should start. You can start somewhere safe. You can start small. You don't have to train your own model. You don't have to make a big project to start. Just make sure that you are in control over security and privacy. And I know that that's a focus that everyone in this room has. And after making the solution, after putting it into production, just keep on developing it. It's not done even if it's out there. There are a lot of things happening all the time, and I wish that we also would have more capacity to actually keep developing our research. And a large language model solution has the potential to bridge the strict language of describing a data set with the user need to actually say what they are looking for, even if that is a data or if that is, I'm going to build this service, what data is there that I could use? I also included some useful links if you want to learn more about the AI search or data catalogs, and feel free to contact us by email or talking to me during a break. And then I'll be happy to answer some questions now if you have any.
Okay, thank you very much, Kjersti. I mean, we do have a break starting just about now, but is there any questions anyone want to ask here in the room? I see two hands just here on the aisle, both of them.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I have one question. You mentioned, thank you for mentioning the environmental impact of AI. Did you measure this impact, or is this just a feeling you have?
We have not measured it, no.
No measure data. Okay, thank you very much.
You. And there was another hand a couple of rows further back, I think.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. In light of recent geopolitical events, would it be considered to use services in Europe? And an additional question, what would it take to fine-tune the models? I know Vertex, for instance, allows for that, for those terms which are not currently getting included by the search.
Yes, thank you for the question. For the first question, which were about, sorry.
Geopolitical, where would
geopolitical, of course, yes. Yes, we have considered to change to a European model. We haven't had the capacity to actually start looking at which models would be applicable for us, but we are definitely interested in it, and as it is also an open source solution, then maybe someone else would like to experiment with it, and we could learn from you, and we could collaborate on finding out how we can use such a service with European data models. For the second question, that's a little bit more difficult for me to answer. But could you repeat that question again for me?
Tell you what,
too?
why don't you follow up on that bilaterally?
Yeah.
Because it seems like this could go on for a little bit of a while. And I don't want to stand between people and their caffeine hit. So a big round of applause, please, to Kjersti. Thank you very much. So, coffee break now, but please be back. We will start again here in the room at 11:10. And if someone lost some headphones yesterday, come and find me. I have them. Welcome back. I hope everyone is thoroughly caffeinated because we are moving on with another series of 1, 2, 3, 4 sessions before we get to our lunch break. So lots to take in. And it's come up a couple of times already, the question of energy and power. And Sam Hawkins, Data Programme Director from Ember UK, is going to tell us about the importance of open data to a clean, flexible power system. So Sam, take it away.
Right, good morning, everyone. I'm very lucky to present straight after the coffee break, where everyone's hopefully energised. Thanks a lot for a really good conference, a lot of interesting talks so far. I hope I can continue to keep it interesting. I'm going to talk about the importance of open data to a clean, flexible power system. So I'm the Data Programme Director at an organisation called Ember. And I'll start with an introduction to Ember, because maybe a few people won't have heard of it, don't know what we are. And we're maybe a slightly different organisation to some of the ones that have presented so far. And I'll talk a little bit about the context of the European energy transition, just for background, then look at a few successes and challenges, in particular in the field of open data in the energy space. And then I'll make some policy recommendations, which is something we did last year, specifically towards the European Commission, about how they can continue to improve and lead the way in open energy data. So very quickly, Ember is a not-for-profit organisation. We've been on the go for 5 years now. We're about 65 people across 20 different countries, both within the EU and also outside of the EU, in China, in India, in Indonesia. Split into 6 different teams, of which 2 teams are relevant to today's talk. One is the European policy team, which focuses on European energy policy, and the other is the data team, which is the team that I lead, which focuses on making open data available and also being an advocate for open data. So our tagline is that we turn data into action. So we gather data mainly on electricity generation. That's our core data set. So we look at all the countries around the world and we look at how much electricity they produce, how much they produce by gas, by coal, by solar, by wind, and we curate this data. By that I mean we bring it together from lots of different sources. Some sources easy to get, some sources more difficult to get, and we pull it together in a data set which is consistent, standardized to a standard set of fuel codes and generation types, and with a big focus on data quality. And then we use that to do analysis. So we look back at, for example, what's happened over the last year in Europe, what's happened in the power sector, what have been the big trends, which generation has increased, which has decreased, how are we on track for meeting, let's say, energy and climate targets. And why do we do that? I mean, our remit is to try and change policy, so we're trying to accelerate the transition to clean energy, but doing that based on very data-driven analysis. And to try and shift narratives. Sometimes there are narratives which are not really based in real-world data made against sort of the clean energy transition. And then we're wishing to empower other organizations to do the same by making that data available. So all of our data is published with open licenses, Creative Commons licenses. It's all made available on our website or via APIs, so other organizations can use that data. So we have about 97 countries and regions with monthly generation data. We also have, for Europe, we have hourly data as well. And we have pretty much global coverage for annual data. And we get a lot of data downloads. We get about 30,000 direct downloads every year and quite a lot of page views. If you're interested in playing around with the data, we also try and make it easy for people to interact with. So we have a data explorer, which you can go around, you can have a look at what's happened over the last few decades in the power sector, how are different countries doing, what's the big trends. And we have put a big focus on usability of tools so that journalists, for example, who may not be specialists can find trends for themselves very easily and very clearly. We don't have any AI in tools yet, but that's probably something which is in the pipeline. I have a lot of ideas after today's talks. We also make some specific data tools which is focused on specific policy questions. For example, in Europe, we've produced this, which is an updated daily, which looks at the electricity prices and gas prices and the contribution. There's a narrative sometimes that the reason why electricity prices are high is because of renewables. And actually, it's mainly still the fossil fuel costs that are driving it, which are the biggest contributor to electricity prices. And you can see that with the spikes that happened after the invasion of Ukraine. So by making these kind of data sets open and transparent, we can counter some of those narratives with transparent data. And it's been, I think, quite successful. Our data is used quite a lot. We supply it to other organizations, such as Our World in Data, who use it for the basis of their explorers, also statistical agencies like Statista. The data and analysis that we make gets a lot of media coverage. So we, either the reports that we publish, or even just when there's an update to the data, we get a lot of journalists using it for the basis for stories. And we also get a lot of use from like-minded organizations, so other organizations who are in the same kind of clean energy space. So why do we do it? And there's two kind of facets to this. One is, why make open data available anyway? And I think I'm probably preaching to the converted here about why open data is a good thing. But we believe that it should be the basis for policy making. By making data open, you democratize it. So it's not the domain of a special interest group. Everyone has equal access to it. And that helps to make it transparent, which helps to make increased credibility in it. And then if you build policy on top of that, it helps to build trust and participation in politics. And also there are economic opportunities for new business models to come into a market. If maybe you've got a flexible tariff that you want to offer, then you need to be able to have access to the same information that other people have. And also, it's the basis for system operation, particularly of electricity grid. You need free, transparent exchange of information across borders. And then the other aspect is why do we do it as an NGO? And mainly the reason was that before we started doing this, there wasn't really a global electricity generation data set with high quality, consistently, that was updated, that was fully open. So we were trying to fill that gap. So now I want to talk a little bit about the EU energy transition, just for context. So you probably know that over the recent decades, there's been quite a transition in terms of how the EU generates its power. And last year, the renewables provided nearly half of EU power generation, which is up from a third from 2019. And you can see on the chart there's been quite a rapid rise in particular wind and solar, and that's starting to push out fossil generation, coal and gas from the mix. And last year, solar actually overtook coal for the first time. And that was something which probably would have been quite unthinkable maybe a few decades ago. And another way of looking at that is you can see this shows it by time of the day and also month of the year. So the green sort of blobs are where the electricity mix is becoming the cleanest, and the blue ones are where the fossil share is still relatively high. And you can clearly see the impact of solar in the middle of the day during the summer months. The solar is really taking up quite a high share of power generation. So we can really say the EU energy transition is well underway from a kind of traditional system where you have large thermal power generators and the power flows one direction down towards businesses and consumers, to a more decentralized system where we still have large thermal power generators, but there is weather-dependent renewables feeding in at all levels, at the transmission level, at the distribution level, and also storage increasingly, battery storage and other kinds of storage increasingly in the mix. And that presents a lot of challenges or needs, but there's also a lot of opportunities with it. And in particular, the EU is kind of, I suppose, a bit of a critical juncture now in terms of the clean energy transition. With that increased penetration of renewables comes a lot of opportunities, but also some challenges. And this is showing the price, the wholesale price on the day-ahead market for electricity. So the green line is the average price for that hour of the day, and then the individual ones are particular days in that month. And you can clearly see again that the price, solar is driving down the price of electricity in the middle of the day. And in some cases, in some countries, it's making that negative. What does that mean? It basically means you have more generation than you really need for demand, so you're actually paying people to use electricity. And then you see a spike in the evening when the sun goes down and other generators have to come on, like gas generators. You see a spike in the evening. And that is an opportunity for utilizing things like clean flexibility, so being flexible when you use electricity. Also for storage, we've seen a lot of the business case for batteries has become quite positive, and there are a lot of people installing batteries at the domestic scale, but also at the grid scale. And all of these require data. I'll skip over this, I think, in the interest of time, but just briefly, clean flexibility basically means managing the grid to account for the fact you have weather-dependent generation. And so last year we published a set of recommendations towards the EU Commission with a focus on sort of concrete policy recommendations which were within the remit of the Commission. I'm only going to focus on really one of these today, which is the EU being a global leader in open energy data and modelling. And to start with, obviously the EU has many great policies and initiatives on open data. The Open Data Directive, I think, has been a catalyst for many of the things we've been hearing about. Also has really good transparency platforms such as ENTSO-E, which is an organisation of transmission system operators, and this is the organisation which allows them to collaborate across Europe and ensure the grid continues to be reliable and also ensures the market continues to operate. And they have a transparency platform which you can get open data, electricity data across the EU. But there are still some challenges, and these probably are familiar to anyone who's worked with open data. Challenges about data quality and consistency, challenges about data availability, and challenges about how open certain data sets really are. So to focus just a few examples which illustrate this. Consistency, this is looking at reported generation across different countries taken from ENTSO-E. And one of the challenges that things like domestic PV, so if you install solar panels on your roof, how is that accounted for in in reported generation numbers? And there's a discrepancy between different countries. For example, on the left, you can see Germany, where domestic PV is obviously accounted for in how generation is recorded by ENTSO-E, because we see the generation peaking in the middle of the day. And then in Slovenia, which has seen quite a rapid rollout of solar recently, that is only reflected in a sort of demand looking like it's lower in the middle of the day. So it's a kind of challenge to plan what that means for energy investments if it's not consistent between countries. And then another point is on availability. Some important data is either not available or it's not available consistently. For example, there's no systematic asset registration scheme for things like batteries or EV chargers or heat pumps. So if you buy a domestic battery or an EV charger or a heat pump, or even some grid-scale batteries, there's no sort of systematic scheme which records where this has been installed, and so you can't even get basic figures like how many batteries are installed in a particular country, how many EV chargers. It's quite difficult to find this information. And these kind of basic building blocks are the foundation for, if you want to do energy modeling, you really need these kind of numbers to be available consistently across all countries. Another point is that some data is available, but it's in formats which limit exchange. So, for example, national energy and climate plans, these are fantastic documents that every country produces, which set out how a country intends to meet its climate obligations, how it's going to plan its energy system around those. And similarly, grid plans that transmission system operators come up with describe how the transmission system is planned to evolve over the future years. But they're mainly published as PDFs, and it means that there's limited interoperability. And importantly, the modelling work which goes behind these, so when you're looking at future power systems, you really need to use models to try and look at, okay, if demand increases to this, how are we going to meet it? Often these are still proprietary models, so commercial-based models where you have to either buy a license or you have to go to a commercial consultancy, and it limits the reuse. This is just a kind of example snapshot. I think this is from France's NECP. There's a huge amount of really useful information in these, but a lot of it is contained within, say, figures in PDFs, which makes it quite difficult to gather. And obviously, like AI tools make this a bit easier, but they're not the silver bullet because I've tried using them, and there's still a lot of challenges in getting information which is embedded in charts and images and quite complex structures. And I don't think it's necessarily the right solution. I think a better solution is to standardize formats and make sure accompanying data is published in open formats. This is another example, and this is an example from a grid plan. So we made some recommendations about how the EU can continue to improve in the area of data transparency. One concrete recommendation was a coordinated approach to asset registration so that we have visibility of renewable storage and flexibility assets. And another one was to make more data available on the status of the grid. So whether there's capacity for things to connect in certain regions, what are the grid queues, who's waiting to connect. Another set of recommendations were how to become a leader in open energy data and modeling. I think most of these I've covered, but in particular to make the NECP and impact assessment data available in a consistent manner and in formats that help sharing and reuse. And also importantly, a roadmap for moving from proprietary energy systems models to open source models. There are really good open source models out there, which a lot of academics are working on, but also increasingly adopted government agencies. And having a clear roadmap would really accelerate their adoption. And this is important because it allows the electrification. If we're looking at how to electrify Europe's energy use, how to electrify transport, how to electrify industry, having that data foundation opens up a huge amount of opportunities to make more use of homegrown energy sources, lower the energy costs, increase energy security. But we need to do that. We need to embed kind of smartness into that from the beginning. And just going back to, so going back to those images of like where electricity is cleanest, we need to make use of those periods of the day where it's cleanest. We need to make use of those periods of the day where it's cheapest. Just for example, if you were a company which had a fleet of vehicles for doing deliveries, you would, I think, love to be paid to charge those vehicles in the middle of the day when electricity is cheap. But we need to embed that. We need to make things like the chargers smart, and we need to have the information which would enable that to happen easily. So a few closing sort of thoughts and opportunities. I can't really do a talk without mentioning AI. I think there's a lot of opportunities for AI to help. For example, automated asset registration. If you have access to granular data, it's very possible for AI to determine, okay, we think we've got this many EV chargers in this neighborhood, this many solar panels on households. That can help doing that. But I think there are also other areas we can look to for good examples. And I think meteorology and climate data is a really good example over decades, where it's a great example of how data sharing has happened between both public and private organizations. They've got the fundamentals right of a commitment to open standards, simple open standards, and also national and international cooperation with clear governing bodies. So just to summarize, the EU clean energy transition is well underway. A clean, flexible power system requires open data, and the EU is a great advocate for open data, but there are still some challenges and a lot of opportunities. And we've made some policy recommendations which if people are interested, they can explore in full. So yeah, thank you very much, and very happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much, Sam. Any questions? Right now I see one hand going up over here and one in the middle. So let's start on the edge. And if you can stand up when you get the microphone so everyone can see you.
Thank you. So my question is about how AI can assist. And I understood that you see some possibilities, but I would like to ask you if you see any potential in terms of the interoperability of the data, so to standardize a vast data set which currently isn't standardized and creates difficulties? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I do think there's a huge amount of opportunities, in particular for data discoverability and interrogation of what are quite complex data sets. And I think we're seeing that sort of the beginnings are now a revolution of how people find data, how people interact with data. I think the challenge is that sometimes, maybe not so much in the EU, but in large other parts of the world, the challenge is that even the fundamentals are not there yet. So you wouldn't believe some of the sources that we have to collect data from, which are very handwritten documents that are posted on our websites on a different day of the year. And so I think in order to build these more sophisticated tools on top, you need to get the foundations right, which is publishing data in open standards and with the right frequency and the right quality. But yeah, you're absolutely right in terms of discoverability and interaction with data sets. There's a huge opportunity for AI there.
Great. And there's another question just here.
Yes, impressive work. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm wondering, I see there's a lot of data on the kind of production side of thing. I wonder how much there is on the consumption side of things. And then specifically, I'm thinking about data centers because somebody back there mentioned measuring the impact of emissions of running, scope 3 emissions of running a system. So it's a bit, there can be, you can do things, but it's not an easy thing to do. I wonder how much data there is available to be able to calculate this.
Yeah, that's probably an area where it would be great to have more visibility. I mean, on production versus consumption, I mean, in general, you can get consumption by adding up production. That's the nice thing about electricity data. The big challenge there is what you do with, say, domestic solar PV, where it's not very visible to the system operators, so you need to make some estimates. In terms of specific consumption from specific areas, like data centers, at the moment that is not very visible at all. It's quite opaque, and there are some data sets out there, but they tend to be commercial consultancies who are providing these to even get basic figures about how many data centers are connected to a particular distribution network, what's their electricity consumption. It's really opaque. So that's an area where it can be, there's a lot of room for improvement there.
Well, thank you very much, Sam. I think we'll wrap up your presentation there. And of course, always grab Sam during the coffee break. Thank you. And before we move on to our next speaker, I know there are a lot of questions coming in, particularly from those online, asking if the slides are going to be available. The answer is yes, they are. And the full recordings of all the presentations will be available for everyone to look at online after the fact, in case you didn't have time to take down all the email addresses or contact information. Our next speaker is from joining us is a data scientist and senior researcher at the Estonian Entrepreneurship University of Applied Sciences to talk about green city service leveraging urban data and cross-sector collaboration for sustainability and community impact. Please welcome Marika Eik.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. I'm really happy that we've been invited to here, to Luxembourg. My name is Marika, yes. Thank you for the introduction. And I'm here to introduce you the application, or let's say the way we try to value the data that we are collecting. I will start with Ülemiste city, and this is we call it, or let's say that we define our Ülemiste city as a smart city, and as I mentioned, I will introduce the Green City web service, which values the data, and we propose the service through the using of the data which we are collecting. So first of all, how do we understand or deliver the vision of the smart city. So we call it as a city which is which supports the forward-thinking, diverse ecosystem, and through these values, which are based by technology and data, we can make the well-being and the social being of the citizens and the talents much better. So first of all, I would like to introduce such as called supportive instrument, I would say. It's radar, and this radar actually is an analytical and data-driven holistic state equation, which comprises, it's actually a collection of the state equations, modeling each of the development areas which we assume relevant. So we have 5 development areas, and the state equations of each of the development area is based on the data. So we quantify the success of each of the development areas through the quantification, and by the same time, the radar is a holistic model. So we can quantify the general success of all of these development areas or the smart city in general. Sorry. So by this, I would like to demonstrate one of the options, which is like data-driven, and this is like a service which we offer for the enterprises that are residing in Ülemiste city. And this is the summary, or let's say the overview of one certain company, Skeleton, which is residing in Ülemiste city. And this company can just see an overview of the economical parameters within the several years. And that is for free. It's for our companies residing in our campus. So let's move further for more technical details. So we are collecting the data from very various sources. We have a sensor data, it's IoT data from the buildings. So we are collecting the mobility data, traffic, cars, usage of the green areas, and we are collecting all of them into data warehouse. So what we do further with the data, we are starting to leverage our drivers and strategic goals. So first we are postulating the drivers, and further we move to general strategic goals. What is the next step? The next step is the development of the metrics, and that metrics is based on the collected data. Further, this metrics is moving to the state equation and to analytics. When this analytics is ready, we can actually visualize the radar model. Each of the quantity which is an input to the state equation is based on empirical data, collected data, and by the other side, it is supported by the analytics. So we can visualize it through this radar in the percentage of the achievements. It represents the success of each of the development areas or in general. And this way, we can actually leverage the drivers and the strategic goals through the overview of the success. So here I would like to move in more details to Green City info system. And with this slide, I would like to demonstrate that this info system is just a share. It's just a small part of the larger picture. We have a lot of the data sources which we are collecting into one centralized unit. So I mentioned that through the data we are trying to align the business strategy and info technology. And on the example of the Green City, here I would like to demonstrate one example. How did we create the value? We postulated two business requirements. We wanted to know the amount of the Ülemiste City employees, and we also wanted to know the directional mobility, meaning that what are the most popular directions the employees are coming from the Ülemiste City. And this value was created like a step-by-step, and each of the steps resulted in a certain result. So further, we were thinking about the IT capabilities, meaning that each of our value creative step was supported by info technology, so by info technological means. And as a result, you can see the measurable outcomes, and those are the exact outcomes which undergo the state equation. In this case, it's an environmental development field. So this is the quantification. So now the Green City, the functionality. In this application, we have 3 point of views. Let's say we have a general application user, and you can also open that application and be such a user. So what functionalities you can actually meet? First of all, those are buildings utility footprint, the usage of the green areas, a lot of statistics and visualizations of mobility data, the number of cyclists, and cars, the occupancy of parking lots, and the footprint from mobility. So in addition to this default view, we have an extended view, and typically this is for the enterprises that are residing in Ülemiste City. And this information is like a more detailed for especially this company. So this company can actually see the footprint, utilities footprint of the rented area, of the rented areas. It may have this CO2 calculator of mobility footprint, especially for this company. And as an example, I showed you with the economical data, it's data management. So, and the third viewpoint is campus visitor. So if you appear in the campus, you just can see the information on mobility data on the screens. And that is absolutely open, and everyone who is appearing in our campus can see that. So, and now let's turn to actual demonstration of the application. So here you can see the estimated number of the employees, and that is based on the cellular data. So let's further see that is also based on cellular data, mobility data. Those are most popular directions from where the Ülemiste City employees are coming. And this is mobility modal data, cars, bicycles, vans. And parking occupancy, and the CO2 footprint from mobility. So what did we learn while we were developing this application? That we understood that we need a more fundamental approach to data. Of course, we postulated that we would like to improve the company operations through the data. But the next step was that we realized that we need a fundamental approach to manage with the data. And in this regard, we developed such a program called Data Strategy. And it has like a sub-initiatives. And those are related to data architecture, data infrastructure, and governance, and etc. So we have separated the programs. And those points which we actually learned while developing is that we underestimated in some way the SLAs, some standardized naming, and this is actually this data catalog and metadata management. And on top of that, we understood that we need a better structurization of our data warehouse to make the traffic infrastructure of the data much more efficient. So, but what are the results? The results, we understood that among the functionalities of this service, we provided this third viewpoint, a visitor. And this is totally a data, a message, information for the public. And each who is appearing in our campus is aware of the car numbers during the present day and compared to the previous day, and can see the level of the footprint from mobility. So we deliver the awareness to our campus visitors. And we have some targets for the future. We certainly would like to decrease the number of cars in the campus. And we would like to support more the means with the light traffic. It's like e-scooters and bicycles. So thank you a lot for your attention. And in case you have questions, I'm glad to answer.
Do we have questions at this point? I don't see any hands raised. Well done, you've covered everything. And of course, we will allow you to follow up in the networking breaks, and you can find contact details online if you look through the slides that we will be sharing online. Thank you very much once again. And I should say, I've been told that the recordings of yesterday are already available online, so you can find them if you go and follow the hashtag through the social media channels. Now, our next speaker is going to join us to tell us about Integrity Watch EU, fostering transparency and accountability through open data. And to do that, we have Raphaël Kergueno, Senior Policy Officer on Data-Driven Advocacy at Transparency International EU.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing fantastically well. First of all, I want to also thank the great team at the OFAM, the Open Data Portal, to invite us here today and for a fantastic conference. I really learned a lot, and I see that really AI has advanced far beyond what I had hoped, and I want to thank all the speakers for providing valuable insight on that. So, my name is Raphaël Kergueno. I'm a Senior Policy Officer at Transparency International. So for those of you that don't know us, Transparency International is a global movement that fights corruption. We're present in over 120 countries, and I work for the EU office in the field of data-driven advocacy. And today, I hope to present to you a little bit the impact that we have using data-driven advocacy in our day-to-day work. Now, we have two objectives. The first objective in Brussels is to help the EU institutions in any kind of EU legislation that naturally pertains to corruption and transparency. So think, for example, anti-money laundering directive or the protection of EU funds, or also collecting evidence for the rule of law reports. But we also have another hat, which is to improve the integrity of the EU institutions themselves, specifically looking at the accountability, transparency, and integrity of the EU decision-making process. And to help us with that, we have... Oh, is this working? Sorry. There we go. To help us with that, we have an online platform called Integrity Watch EU. So it's a platform that was launched all the way back in 2015, and the original design philosophy was to empower citizens, journalists, academia, and perhaps also other relevant stakeholders to look at any data pertaining to EU political integrity. And the platform today has two very principal components. One is on EU lobbying, where you can see all the meetings, the lobby meetings published by the European Commission, dating all the way back since 2014. And that's about 50,000 meetings today. And you also have all the lobby meetings published by the European Parliament dating back to 2019, and that's now already over 100,000 meetings. Now, this also gives you a bit of a sense of scale of the volume of lobbying that is happening in Brussels, and therefore we need good rules of transparency and accountability to govern the interactions between the EU institutions and the lobbyists. On top of that, you can also view all the declarations of financial interest that are published by members of the European Parliament, which amounts to 1,700 side activities, and you can see what your MEP is doing on the side of their mandate inside the European Parliament. Now, the platform itself has evolved quite a bit, because today we are at around 20,000 users, so we really say that it's become a public good platform. And this has resulted in hundreds and hundreds of media stories, dozens of academic articles, and there's also a lot of engagement, either from civil society organizations, but also companies and other lobbyists that engage with the data just to understand what's happening in Brussels in that field. And today what I want to highlight is how we have used the platform to have tangible legislative impact, and more precisely, data governance impact in the field of Commission lobbying. Before we get to that, Integrity Watch is just not one platform. We've been busy over the years. As you can see on the map here, we've deployed the Integrity Watch ecosystem in 17 European countries. So now it covers 17 European countries and 2 EU institutions. And this really results in, depending on the data available, you have now data sets on, for example, political finance, on public procurement, beneficial ownership registers, so any kind of data that is relevant to our day-to-day work, which is to improve transparency, integrity, and accountability. So you can download all these data sets on the data.integritywatch.eu platform, and I think here we also have to thank the European Commission for the support which made these projects possible with their financial support. And in the coming years, you will have 6 new Integrity Watch platforms that will be deployed in the Western Balkans, so we're sort of continuing this work. And the reason why we do this is that every time we deploy an Integrity Watch platform, we actually create a national debate about what are the standards of integrity that are applicable into the national context, and what are the kind of recommendations and empirical evidence that we can use to improve the overall integrity system. And this is done through a concept called data-driven advocacy. So think of it a little bit as a theory of change with a kind of self-reinforcing cycle. Now, in the first step, we have an initial release of data that we put on an Integrity Watch platform that is just designed to raise awareness among our target stakeholders, and including citizens. Now, from the data that is there, we do very light-touch data analysis, so the analysis that we produce are significantly simpler than some of the analysis that I've seen from the speakers today. But there's a very good reasons for that, because we need to have very tangible numbers to give to policymakers, to journalists, to people that are not necessarily fully well-versed in data analysis, so that they understand the recommendations that we want to push for. And then usually if there's an adoption of the recommendation, it actually leads to a reopening of more data, often in better standards, that we can re-upload on the platform. So multiple cycles like this to just improve the data governance. Now, how this works in the first step is that we create narratives. So here there are a couple of examples of recent research. One is, for example, looking at the first 100 days of the Commission lobbying of the first von der Leyen Commission. We also have an analysis on Green Deal lobbying. And our latest report is Pipelines of Power, nice title, about the fossil fuel industry. So if we look at the Green Deal itself, how does it work? So this is a kind of example of narratives where we start on the top left corner, where you have a first initial figure, which is the share of meetings published by the European Commission and the European Parliament that are pertaining to Green Deal policy area. And this is 17% for the European Commission, and so 12% for the European Commission and 17% for the European Parliament. And this means that the Green Deal was really by far the most lobbied policy area in the EU institutions. Now, naturally speaking, there's a reason for that. The Green Deal is a transformative policy that touches on all different kinds of sectors, so obviously every kind of lobbyist in Brussels was affected and tried to lobby the policy area itself. What we wanted to understand a bit is sort of like what is the share of the different types of stakeholders, and perhaps if there is certain stakeholders that are a bit dominant in this field. So if you look here, you have in the middle, you have the top 10 lobbyists that had the most meetings with the European Commission. And everything in blue, these are civil society organizations. In red, these are for-profit organizations. So you'd think on an initial, if you look just at the ranking, you think that civil society organization was very effective, and that is actually quite true. But if we then look at the balance between the different stakeholders, looking at the overall data set, we see that 64% represents corporate interest, 27% non-commercial interest, and 9% the others. Now, this is actually quite an improvement, because if we looked at the previous commission on the Juncker, the balance was more 85 to 15. So there has been a marked improvement under the von der Leyen Commission in this area. But what we wanted to understand a little bit is sort of how come there's still such a large proportion of corporate interest, despite the fact that there's also a lot of civil society actors that are active on the Green Deal. Now, there are two elements here. One is perhaps to adopt a more balanced stakeholder consultation policy from the Commission itself, but perhaps we can also look a bit at the tactics that are deployed by the lobbyists. And what we looked here is that we took all the corporations and analyzed every single connection they have with different business associations, think tanks, and others. And we did the same for civil society, just simply to see how much more access they can gain through larger networks. So what we call a little bit the network effect. And here on the graph on the right, we saw, for example, that corporations were significantly more effective at doing this. In the European Parliament is really where it's most striking, because civil society organizations only increase their access to the decision-making process, so having more meetings via networks by 4%. So they're a bit less effective at doing that. And then if you see for corporations, it's plus 250%, so extremely effective at doing that. And so here, from that data, we can result like more internal recommendations that as CSOs, we need to get better organized. Now, one key thing here is that if we look at this data set, especially on the European Commission side, it's actually only a partial view. Because we only have at the time of the publication of this narrative, we only had the meetings at the highest level, which is the commissioner, cabinet member, and director general, which means that all the lobbying that's happening below the surface was missing. So one thing that we always say also to journalists and academics is that potentially we might be wrong with these numbers. It could be very different if we had access to the rest, which is naturally means that we had a recommendation of please publish all the lobby meetings from other officials so that we can gain more insights into the lobbying dynamics. And this is exactly what we achieved, so that's the endpoint. But we started from a very, very long sort of different system initially. So in 2014, when President Juncker decided to publish lobby meetings, it was really the first time that an international organization such as the EU, and at least to the best of my knowledge, the first time that a public organization started publishing lobby meetings. And this, naturally speaking, allowed us to build the Integrity Watch platform, but it was very difficult initially because those lobby meetings were scattered across 90 different pages of the European Commission website, which meant that for us we had to deploy significant resources to try to keep track of everything. Now, we still managed to build the platform, but it also meant that if we were analyzing the data, we weren't really sure if we're capturing everything because people come and go all the time, and that meant that we weren't entirely certain about the result, but we still, 10 minutes left, thank you. But we still managed to publish some pretty good analysis, especially when you think about it. At the time when we launched the platform, we had an analysis of like who are the top lobbyists in Brussels. This was published in over 100 media in the world because everybody had, for the first time, an insight into Commission lobbying. So we interacted with the service that was publishing these meetings, and we said it would be really great if we had a central database because that would make our work a bit easier, and it will also significantly help everybody that is reusing the data to do that exercise. And so in 2018, we exactly got that, where the service governing the EU Transparency Register, which is the Register of Lobbyists, started publishing lobby meetings in PDF document on the individual pages. Now, it sounds a bit weird because it means that we had to keep track of 12,000 different pages instead of 90, but at the same time, we knew that those individual meetings were generated from a central database. So we had access to the actual central database via those 12,000 pages, which were very easy to download themselves. And that meant that we started building a platform that was significantly more precise from those meetings, despite one little black spot, because those meetings were generated via PDF documents. And as anyone that has worked with PDFs, you know how incredibly annoying that can be and difficult. Now, we were having a great time, and unfortunately, why I say that PDFs are very difficult and especially not good practice in publishing data is because they changed the underlying structure of the PDF. And we had made a mental calculation that we would have to actually spend around 15,000 euros just to get it back in shape, which is something that, as a humble CSO, we cannot do. So we came back in 2021 to the Transparency Register, and we said, look, now it's really time to go a step further. You need to think about data reuse primarily, and it's time to publish in open data format. And because Integrity Watch was such a public good platform that even the Secretariat of the Transparency Register was using themselves to demonstrate the data that they had, they accepted, and we had a sort of a technical discussion, and we come to the picture that you see today, which is a JSON excerpt of our entry on the Transparency Register. Well, it's an entry of a lobby meeting. There's also a very good practice here is because the meetings data set has a unique identifier, so you can actually connect it with all the data from the Transparency Register, which means that we can enrich our analysis with a lot more information. And then we come finally today, which is very recently in December 2024, where the Commission took the decision to also publish lobby meetings for all managers inside the Commission, and including also minutes of meetings. So now we have even more information available, and this is also a result of us asking right before the election, it would be really great to do a big push for transparency, which luckily was accepted, and we can actually thank that advance. Now, what can we take away from this? Is that Integrity Watch is a relatively straightforward technological platform. It's not difficult. It's also quite cost-effective. It's very cheap to deploy. But it actually had a very high impact in terms of legislation. I here just showed you just an excerpt on just the Commission lobby meetings, but the impact was also on Parliament meetings. We also used the platform to improve integrity systems inside the EU institutions and also nationally. It's also been reused by dozens of academic articles. You see here an example of an academic book called Political Economy on Lobbying that has actually a chapter on the data from Integrity Watch. We also use the data to publicize. There's a nice picture of me in Euronews talking about a fossil fuel report where I made the recommendation also very publicly about the need to publish lower-ranking officials' data. So the platform itself fosters a greater understanding of EU decision-making, and it also creates a measure of accountability for citizens. So often say, example, that there's a scandal breaks out, and I'm sure you talk about it with your family members, and I say, well, you know, at the same time, they're also very transparent about the lobby interactions that there is, and that creates a bit of a different perception of what's really happening. So in a sense, what we come to the conclusion is that open data contributes to open governance, but we still have, oh, there we go. We still have new things in plan. So Integrity Watch is now 10 years old, and I think, especially listening to all the presentations that you did today, that it's really time to jump to the AI wagon. Now, there's a reason why we haven't done so right now, is because as an NGO, we need to be quite cost-effective, and so we just wait for technologies to mature before we adopt them, but I think we're getting to that point. So now we are maybe going towards IntegrityWatch.ai, and one of the things that we want to resolve is a number of challenges. It's very clear, especially in the data that we use, that that TI uses, that reuse is not a priority. There's often a lack of central register. The data is not published in machine-readable formats, most often still available in PDF documents. There are no unique identifiers, which means that often it's a bit stuck behind a wall. But certainly the idea here is that we use machine learning to unlock the potential of the data, to connect data set, and perhaps to also evolve the UI to have more natural language experience. And here we have to also partner with different kinds of actors. For example, right now we have partnered with the University of Strathclyde and Dublin in a project called PartyView, where we're going to analyze parliamentary speeches and understand if we can present a more intuitive interface for all the data that is published on sort of speeches of politicians, including those in the European Parliament. Now, this is coming soon to Integrity Watch EU. You can also look forward in the coming weeks to a launch where you will be able to see the aforementioned meetings for the new official categories of officials inside of the European Commission. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you indeed. And as a Brussels-based journalist for 15 years, I can tell you it's absolutely invaluable as a tool for us. Hands up already, yes. Let's get the microphone down here. And please stand up so we can see you.
Hello, my name is Simone Morse with the Guild of Research Intensive Universities, and I'm also in one of the lobby meetings that you probably mentioned, so based in Brussels. Hi. I have a question in terms of the next steps and also how you can potentially use it to predict potential future transparency issues, let's say. And if you're planning to work, for example, with the EU Ombudsman, so to give the example, if you see particular trends of one or two political stakeholders meeting very frequently, let's say, with one particular industry or stakeholder, would that be something to flag and predict and to basically raise awareness of this with potential ombudsman and these kind of stakeholders? Is that something you're looking into?
I think that's an excellent question, and thank you very much. And it's something that, naturally speaking, we're already doing, because we do cooperate a lot with law enforcement agencies, both at EU and national level. So the Ombudsman, but also Olaf. And of course, some of the data that we collect and the trends that we see, we also transmit it. Often they also come to us like, can you just tell us a bit about some of the things you see pertaining to a certain case in the data itself? Something that I can't really divulge here, of course. But when it comes to predictive capabilities, we're not there yet, at least from TI. So maybe this is something that we can start looking into the future. I would say that one area where this is particularly useful would be in public procurement, because public procurement is probably one of the largest data sets that you have in the field of anti-corruption. It's extremely hard to navigate. We have built a platform with some risk indicators, but it's not enough. We have to deploy machine learning process to see patterns that we would never be able to see. So that's where I think the future lies, in sort of like predictive capabilities of uncovering potential instances of fraud and corruption. So thank you for your question.
Any other questions? I don't see any hands, so Raphael, you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
So for our final speech of this morning's block, we're going to look at European Marine Observation and Data Network, advancing marine knowledge to support EU policies and innovation. Please welcome Kate Larkin, Head of the Secretariat of the European Marine Observation and Data Network.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much to the European Open Data Days and to the Publications Office for inviting me to speak to you today. In this presentation, I'm going to invite you to dive into the ocean and really experience the power of open data in the marine domain. For I'm going to show you the intrinsic and cross-cutting value of marine data and in marine knowledge in supporting EU policy implementation, the blue economy, research and innovation, and more. And I'm also going to show you and exemplify how the European Marine Observation Data Network has a key role in this and as a European Union asset for marine knowledge. So first, looking at the big picture, what is the role of the ocean in EU policy? Here is an example from a recent report from the European Climate Risk Assessment, where you can see 5 different clusters of climate risks. The different colours are showing the different urgency or levels of urgency for action. And if you look at the top right of the figure, you can see the ecosystem cluster. In this, the purple segment is showing the marine and the coastal ecosystems, the biodiversity and the carbon sinks. And this exemplifies urgent action is needed in these areas. But this figure alone does not show the cross-cutting impacts and influences that ecosystems have across the value chain of society. If we look at another figure from the same report, we can see again these 5 clusters, but now together with water. And you can see the cross-cutting and intrinsic value of ecosystems and the fact that the health of ecosystems has cascading impacts also on economy and finance, health, and other key societal areas. So we know that coastal and marine ecosystems need urgent action, and for this, marine knowledge is crucial to really understand these direct and cascading impacts across societal benefit areas. So there are many other examples of how marine knowledge is already being used to support EU policy implementation. One key example is marine litter. So marine litter on beaches, but also within the ocean as well, has been collected for tens of years. But EMODNet, as a European Marine Observation and Data Network, has been key to harmonizing such data across the European Union and producing information that can be used to track trends in marine litter, such as this new report from the Joint Research Centre, which shows that the trends of marine litter are down by 1/3 since 2015. Marine knowledge is also very useful and vital in terms of tracking pollution and contaminants across European seas, including at regional sea basin scale. It's important as well for tracking the ecosystem changes, where we have alien species that are transported in the ballast waters, for example, of shipping, and to see how these are being affected in the marine ecosystems, but also on human services, such as the fishing industry. The blue economy as well is vital, and marine knowledge is crucial for driving research and innovation in this area. The example here is on algae, which of course is being used both for food, for biofuel, cosmetics, and more. And then to meet some of the European political ambitions of the European Green Deal to have a climate-neutral continent by 2050, offshore renewable energy is a really key component to this, and marine knowledge is driving information that can help the smart siting and positioning of these platforms. But where does all this marine knowledge come from? Well, the foundation of the marine knowledge and the foundation of the EMODNet value chain are ocean observations. These are collected either by satellite at the top of the figure or within and around the water. The focus of the talk today is going to be on the in-situ ocean observation, which is any data that's collected on the marine environment or human activities at sea. And you can see here the sheer diversity of the different platforms, the infrastructures that are used to collect these data, but also the different stakeholders that are involved in these data collection efforts makes it a very challenging provision for marine data to be able to make these interoperable and open. So EMODNet provides a key solution for this. EMODNet is working with 120 partners across Europe and hundreds more data providers to assemble these marine observations in one place, to harmonize, curate, standardize these according to different standards I will come on to, and produce these as a baseline trusted marine knowledge for Europe to underpin all sorts of different uses. EMODNet is the European In-Situ Marine Data Service of the European Commission, so this is the Directorate General Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. And because it brings together the in-situ, the diverse in-situ component of ocean observation, and it spans the marine environment and human activities at sea, it's really a unique European Union asset for marine knowledge. You saw in a couple of slides the words in situ, and I want to just take a moment to exemplify why in situ data are so important. Satellites obviously give hugely important information on the global coverage of the ocean, but they only track the surface skin of the ocean, predominantly the top 200 meters. And as we know, the oceans have greater depth. For example, in Europe, you may not be aware but the deepest point in Europe is actually 5,200 meters in the Mediterranean Sea of Greece. So we have very deep waters in European seas, and it's really important that we have in situ data that can profile all of these depths and also take measurements across various parameters. The regional seas of Europe are also very diverse in themselves, so having in situ data at high resolution across these different regional seas combined with satellite data is very important. And these in situ data are also used to validate the satellite-derived data and as input to computer models. This is important when I come on to the evolution of eModNet's digital services, where the reliability of the computing models, the analyses, the scenario building are really driven by the quality and the resolution and the diversity of the data that's put in at the beginning. So what does eModNet look like today? This is over 15 years of progress and advancement by a huge network. And what you see today is an operational service on the Europa domain, as a European Commission operational service. In one portal, you can have access and a gateway to all parameters of marine environment that you can imagine, but also visualized together with human activities at sea. So anything from the vessel density to the sighting of offshore platforms, anything from underwater noise to biodiversity and seabed habitats. All of this is underpinned by one central metadata catalog, which has been crucial, not only in terms of having the open data shared in the first place, but then making these data discoverable and interoperable. So eModNet is really a success story in open data for the marine domain. eModNet was a very early adopter and implementer of the European Inspire Directive and embodies the findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data principles that we've been talking about a lot during this conference. And eModNet works with hundreds of experts across Europe and also national data centers, regional initiatives, and European to apply European data standards such as Inspire, but also international standards, for example, the ISO standards for metadata. And as I mentioned, it's all underpinned by this central metadata catalog, which has been crucial for the fairness. Then eModNet's data collections themselves are as open as possible, so considering the high-value data sets and the Inspire Directive and Open Data Directive, but we recognize that there are and remain some commercial or other sensitivities, so data is also as closed as necessary. So it is possible to share your data with eModNet, but not have the original data accessible. But any data that is shared with eModNet can then be used for these open source data products, which are fully EU funded and are fully open access through a Creative Commons license. eModNet is not just a repository, it's really a service, and there are many data services and web services on top. You can see here some examples of the web services that eModNet offers, and these follow Open Geospatial Consortium standards, and there's also APIs and machine-to-machine readability built in. This is just to recognize the huge network of experts which really underpin eModNet. We heard earlier about people being a huge asset in the open data community, and indeed eModNet has hundreds of in situ experts in marine data across all these different themes, and this has been built up over the 15 years and really drives the service that we see today. Then just a flavor, looking at the data visualization of what you can find at the eModNet portal. So this is just one composite map or data layer that is offered from each of the 7 thematics, but there are hundreds more that you can discover. And they range from seabed habitats in the middle bottom to biodiversity occurrence data to vessel density tracking in human activities on the bottom right. And the ethos really of eModNet is to collect data once, use many times. So collection of information and data at sea is very expensive, so we need more, firstly, more coordinated and sustained ocean observation, but we also want to make value of those data, so they're not just collected for one purpose, but they can be shared and added value so that other stakeholders can use them. There are many benefits of open and fair data. So, for example, having higher resolution data when everybody shares their data together reduces uncertainty for everyone's business models, operations, and evidence-based policymaking. It means that businesses don't have to go out and collect data when maybe the marine knowledge already exists. And if it's shared on an open source platform, this can really enable businesses to target their further data collection efforts to specific needs. And then sharing your data adds value and impact. Your data is then standardized, so you receive it back in a much more standardized format, and it's then made available to stakeholders worldwide. And eModNet's key ethos as well is not to interrupt the market. It's really to produce a baseline of marine knowledge as open as possible, as fair as possible, and this really stimulates innovation where businesses' applications can be built on top. One key example of how eModNet has already made a difference, assessing trends in the blue economy. So the COVID-19 pandemic obviously impacted many different sectors, and for the blue economy, it obviously had an impact. And the eModNet's vessel density composite map allows not only the tracking of how many vessels are out there, but what types of vessels are operating and in which locations. And it was able to work to look at these trends together with the European Market Observatory for Fisheries and Aquaculture to find that on average fishing vessel density reduced by 18% compared to the same period in 2019. Another example where eModNet is making a difference is in the maritime spatial planning space. So eModNet is now a focal point for European Union open data on maritime spatial planning. So eModNet works directly with the member states to make these national MSP plans accessible before they are submitted, of course, to the European Commission. But once they are submitted, it was found that some of these data they were open source, but not really open access. So, for example, PDFs or other different formats. So eModNet has really opened up maritime spatial planning by providing these MSPs as geospatial data layers that are open access, that can be zoomed in on different layers for a particular nation, but also shared across border, which is really important also for regional sea maritime spatial planning. eModNet is also providing expert advice into the technical expert groups of maritime spatial planning, as well as other directives as well. Then for another directive, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which is all about assessing the good environmental status of European seas. We have an example for Descriptor 10, which is on marine litter. Here, eModNet has really been a pioneer network in working directly with the European Commission, the Joint Research Centre, regional sea conventions and member states to provide a European-wide database on marine litter. We saw an example earlier of what the effect is of having these harmonised information together. And the result is to be able to access and view these trends and really understand how marine litter is changing, and also to inform evidence-based policy making to implement, say, the European plastic strategy and other key drivers. Then eModNet's influence and impact for policy is not just at the European level, although that is, of course, a huge focus of our work. But eModNet's data is open and free for all, so it can be used and accessed by any stakeholder, and we see increasing amounts of national and regional applications of eModNet's data. One example here is from the Regional Sea Convention in the Mediterranean Sea, UNET-MAP, who are already using eModNet's chemical, pollution, nutrients, chlorophyll data for informing their regional quality status reports. But also at a global level, eModNet has a number of international partnerships, which means that the European data that eModNet is bringing together and assembling and standardizing is then offered to a global user community, not just via the eModNet portal, but also harvested by international global ocean data initiatives, such as OBIS for ocean biodiversity and biogeography. And then these data can be used for international assessments as well, such as the UN World Ocean Assessment. So you've seen a lot of examples of how eModNet can be used. And EMODnet also stands ready to serve the marine knowledge needs of emerging policy. We have the nature restoration law, we have the marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction as well, and many of the EMODnet data layers are already useful for these. Another asset of EMODnet is because the 7 different thematics work very strongly together and we have interoperable data across these themes. It empowers the production of integrated marine knowledge products, including the seabed habitat map for Europe, which relies upon multiple different themes. And here is the map on the EMODnet map viewer. The digital terrain model for bathymetry as well. This is based on sounding data from in-situ surveys collected by EU member states, but also the private sector and others. And EMODnet adds value by bringing all of these data together and processing them to produce an EMODnet digital terrain model for the seabed, which also contributes to international initiatives such as Seabed 2030. And this is the most high-resolution map, or seabed map of Europe. So we've heard about policy. What does the blue economy or the private sector say about EMODnet? We have the private sector increasingly coming to EMODnet to want to share their data and also to use the services. So an example from Van Oord is that they realize the importance of EMODnet's bathymetry and other data layers to inform when they're doing the planning of micrositing of their offshore renewable energy platforms. And EMODnet offers also a public service for data ingestion so that data can be shared and then ingested into EMODnet to be made available for all. We also provide free and public guidance and webinars and training on open and fair data and metadata in the marine domain. And then EMODnet is always evolving. EMODnet is now the in-situ data component of the European digital twin of the ocean, which is delivered in close partnership with the Copernicus Marine Service. And collectively, these 3 assets, EMODnet, Copernicus Marine Service, and EU DTO, are core marine knowledge assets for the EU as key components for marine data spaces or marine components to other data spaces such as the Green Deal data space, Destination Earth, and many other applications. And because we have interoperable metadata and data, EMODnet is able to be harvested now automatically by global ocean data initiatives, such as the Global Earth Observation System of Systems and the Ocean Data and Information System, ODIS, which is the ocean data initiative of the IOC UNESCO of the UN Ocean Decade. So to finish, EMODnet in a nutshell, or a seashell. EMODnet is your partner for open data in the marine domain. We specialize in-situ data, but this obviously covers a very diverse thematic areas. EMODnet is producing added value data products at pan-European scale, but also wider. And these data and information are completely free and open for your use. EMODnet is a core European Union marine knowledge asset. It's already being implemented and used for supporting policies such as the European Green Deal, but also the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive. And now on top of that service is a new analytical toolbox called the European Digital Twin of the Ocean, where EMODnet and Copernicus Marine Service are working closely together to deliver the next level of data analytics. EMODnet is also a key implementer for the mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters, and that's also through this European Digital Twin of the Ocean, but also EMODnet is a core marine knowledge asset and pillar for the European Oceans Pact. EMODnet already makes a difference today, both in terms of EU policy, but also supporting the blue economy, research and innovation, and it already has 120,000 annual visitors and hundreds of use cases that you can already see if you visit the portal. And EMODnet is recognized not only as a success story for open data in the marine domain, but also as a European regional best practice in open data for the global ocean data ecosystem. So I will just close by saying that next week we have a hackathon for EMODnet, which is completely free for people to attend. The registration will close tomorrow, so you're very welcome to apply. You can then test EMODnet's data, but also have exclusive access to the European Digital Twin platform, which we are offering in partnership with Copernicus Marine Service. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you indeed. Kate, do we have any questions for Kate? Any hands going up? Just the 1, 2, right in the middle. So let's get those 2 microphones into the center near the cameras. And if you could stand up so we can all see you.
Sure. I was wondering whether, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. I was wondering whether there are cases you would like for this data not to be open. For instance, there might be companies that would like to predict where fracking is optimal and where they could find oil. Or is that not a problem?
So our mandate as a European Commission service is to deliver as much data openly as possible. So we're not involved in the sort of analysis stage or seeing how to block or prevent users. It's really an open service for any user to use, but we provide the information as baseline knowledge. So we are not giving such high resolution that would potentially be of an issue necessarily, but also we are not trying to influence the markets in any way. So it's really baseline knowledge, not high resolution enough, but high resolution for evidence-based policy making, for example. Yeah.
Okay. Second question we had here. Thank
Okay,
you.
my name is Luc Hellebogen. We are active on the digital twins related to cybersecurity on the maritime operations. And maybe you can understand my question. We all know we are very dependent from maritime operations. 89% of our traffic comes through ports. 99% of our internet lies over cables on the oceans. And 40% of our energy comes through ships and comes through offshore and so on. Now my question was, out of these data is also very interesting for adversaries. We saw the Baltic operation, we saw the shadow fleets. So in which way, and maybe your answers in the last 5 seconds of your hackathon, in which way you balance or you consider which data you make available, also for the ones who could manipulate our welfare and our infrastructure. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
A similar question, but from a different
Yes.
angle, yeah. So.
Well, I'll try to give a slightly different angle as well to the answer is that obviously we as implementers of the service on behalf of the European Commission, we're in very close dialogue with Directorate General Maritime Affairs and Fisheries and other policy advisors. So we really take their advice if certain data would not be allowed to be made open access. But otherwise, our mandate is really to continue collating, assembling, standardizing as much open data as possible and make that available to the public. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kate. Big round of applause, please. So we are going to take a lunch break. We will resume at 1:30. That's for our online audience as well. Please do rejoin us, where we will spend just a couple of hours talking about data visualization, communication and literacy. And I promise you we have some really fun elements in that. So have something to eat and join us back here in 1 hour. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to have a good lunch. Welcome back as well to everyone joining online. And a reminder, if you are joining online, please do keep using the hashtags EU Open Data Days 2025. Share on social media. We have a lot of things going on. You can find there links to the recorded sessions from yesterday. And we will, of course, be sharing the slides from all the presentations as well. This afternoon's session, the final session of the two-day event, is going to focus on data visualization, communication, and literacy. To kick us off with that, we're going to hear about tangible data from the founder and CEO of Tangible Data, looking at the tangible future and how open data helps to create new narratives. So please welcome António Moneo, founder and CEO.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you to the organizers for this wonderful event and to all the speakers for their presentations and your generous time. If I'm here, it's because I think I did something good, and this project was selected to be here in the Open Data Days. This project started 10 years ago, or even more, when I was in the open data community in the Inter-American Development Bank, promoting open data in Latin America. I had a conversation during a hackathon on open data with a friend, and we came to the conclusion that there was a lot of data being published, but there was very little reuse. So we had to come up with a solution to make data tangible and understandable for all audiences to ensure that it was going to be reused. So I had this idea, and this concept stayed with me, tangible data. And it's very basic. It's making data tangible. Around the audience, I have left 4 data sculptures that are going to be circulating during my talk. You can pass them around and experience what a data sculpture is about. It represents the number of published data sets on the Open Data Portal in the EU. And it's a tribute to all of you, to all the community that is working to make data available and accessible to all of us. So here we go. As you can see, this is another data sculpture. It's about climate change. It represents climate change evolutions from 1880 till 2023 with data from NASA. It's about 15 centimeters, and it's something that, as you can see, we can hold in our hands. This is something similar to what you're going to see very soon. So what is tangible data? Tangible data, we define it as a creative studio specializing in data, sustainability communication, digital fabrication, and art. We have brought together 4 disciplines that actually are my passions to make these data sculptures a reality. Basically, we work with open data to transform it into physical objects that can be touched. This is the tangible element. So, what is the main reason why I decided to start this project? It's a big paradox. If you look at where we are today, we have more information than before, more scientific evidence than before, more repositories than before, we have more technology than before, but we have more skepticism, we have flat earths, we have anti-vaccines, we have populist regimes, we have racism on the rise. And data was supposedly the vaccine against all these trends that we are living. So how can we move to that scenario where we drive our policies with data and we drive decisions in our society based on data? We think that tangibility, making data tangible, is the key element to achieve this. So we have developed a theoretical framework. It's based on pyramids. I love pyramids. The first pyramid is AICOV, Data, Information, Knowledge, and Wisdom Pyramid. What this framework brings us is that something is missing. You know, we have been good at creating new data with devices. We have been good at creating information with the data that we have. But when we want to bridge the gap between information and knowledge, there's something missing. It's the human experience. Knowledge is based on experience. So your ability to interpret the data is based on your experience. If I ask you what's the driving speed limit 120 kilometers per hour in most of our countries, it's a reference, and most of the time we decide to exceed those limits. It means that we use our experience to assess what the data is telling us. But when we go to other domains like sustainability, the data doesn't mean anything to most of the society. They don't understand the data. They don't understand the underlying messages of the data. So we have to make something to bring that message closer to the people. By doing that, we will be able to connect with the wisdom and help our society make decisions based on data, and the outcome of our elections probably would be different. Then the learning Bloom's pyramid. It's a pyramid that talks about how we learn, and it divides our learning process in 7 different steps. So when we talk about data-driven decision-making, we are aiming for the top of the learning process, when we are able to interpret and apply the underlying messages of the data to make a decision. But most of the times, we don't remember the data. We are not able to evaluate or assess the data. So we are trying to make an exponential jump, and we are hoping that our society makes that jump from getting the data and making a decision based on data. We have to be with them. We have to help them go through this learning process, and only then, I think, we will be able for them to make a decision based on data. Then Prahalad, base of the pyramid. We have used it in a different way. He was talking about the unprecedented or the untapped potential for economic development that is in the base of the pyramid. Here we talk about the underserved communities in terms of information. In reality, what happens, from my point of view, is that most of the sustainability communication has been addressed to expert audiences and not to the base of the pyramid, not to regular audiences. What happens is that people are disengaging, I think, from the sustainability narrative. And this is why we are getting populist regimes being openly denialist about critical topics like sustainability, climate change, or inequality. So we need to make this data accessible to that part of the pyramid. We need to find ways to summarize the messages. We need to find ways to bring data to the people. That's my ethos. And finally, Rosling, I mean, it's not a pyramid, but it's always a reference of someone that worked a lot in democratizing access to data. These are our 4 key references in terms of theory. We prepared a short video. So yeah, based on that, that summarizes a bit where we are from my point of view and why we need to make data more tangible. We have developed a theoretical framework to organize tangibility. So basically it's called From Data to Action, and it has 3 basic steps. The first one is feeling the data. Through these data sculptures, we allow the audiences to touch the data, to have a human experience with the data in an offline setting, not distracted by mobile phones, by screens, but really focusing on the data. Our idea and what we have proved so far is that when you approach something in an offline setting, you remember it and you have a different attitude towards it. The second element is remembering. So you will see in the data sculptures, in the corner, there's an NFC symbol. That NFC or QR code in some sculptures brings you to the website where I can give you more context about the meaning of the data. Here is where I tell what you don't see in the data, all the problems that we had gathering the data and the right and the powerful meaning that that data is trying to convey. And then the third step is to provide a channel for action. So my theory is that once that someone has feel attracted by a sculpture and has decided to read the story about that data set, probably they are very much willing to do something about it. If you look at the data set about climate change, it's obvious that the temperature is increasing. So what can we do about it? So on the website as well, we include a call to action so our visitors can engage in further action. We can link to a campaign, we can raise funds, we can promote access to a portal, for example. This is, again, a data sculpture, and this represents what tangibility means. It's a data sculpture, obviously, the 3D, in this case, 3D printed data. It has a QR code that connects you to the website. It has some background information that allows you to familiarize yourself with the data. And we are doing this in different, also, formats. We worked with IE University in the past in the Sustainability Week to try to explain what sustainability was through data. We selected 3 sculptures to represent the ESG components of data of sustainability. For E component, we selected the climate change data from NASA, the one on the left. For the S component, social sustainability, we selected poverty reduction with data from the World Bank. And for the G component, I usually talk about institutional sustainability. We selected trust in public institutions with data from OECD. Sometimes I feel that this conversation needs to be together. I mean, sometimes people don't think that trust in public institutions is a part of our sustainability strategy, but it really is. And I think this was a great opportunity to demonstrate that this was part of the same family. With a news agency, we produced this data sculpture for an exhibit they had. It's about the primary education rate in Central American countries from 1970s till nowadays. As you can see, here we are not 3D printing the data. We have selected another technique. We call it RIPS, and it's basically iterating the time series several times around an axis to create that 3D volume. A couple of years ago, we were invited by the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data to produce our largest, until that moment, sculpture. It was 2 square meters, and it was placed in the hall of the conference. So people were gathering around. This is the climate change data. Again, it's one of the richest and most powerful data set that I have found. And the most interesting thing is that people were gathering and speaking to each other without knowing each other, but they were talking about the data. They were asking, so what is this elevation here? Oh, this is a great increase. And basically they were synthesizing the messages. And I found that that was really, really powerful. Another example, I had the honor to be the manager of the data center during COVID in my day-to-day job. And I realized COVID was a data-driven crisis. And I realized as well that we had thanked a lot the nurses and doctors, and I'm very grateful to them, but we never thanked enough the data teams that had put the data together. Data determined if we could go home, if we could meet our relatives. So it was the key example of how data impacts our lives. So I decided to make this as a tribute to my team, because we worked tirelessly to make this data right and to inform our medical services about the actions they needed to take. So what's our vision for the next couple of years? We have seen that these pilots have worked and people pay attention. Please tell me later if it works for you as well. But we have become more ambitious. And we have defined our ethos, which is going to be the tangible future. We want to bring data to people so they can feel it and reflect on it and start shaping a tangible future. A tangible future for me is a tangible that we can all understand and aim for. it's not a blurry future. It's something that we can all grasp and fight for. And to do that, we have started developing several programs. We will be working with schools, museums, events of different kinds, specialized conferences, accessibility with disabled persons, also with senior audiences, and trying to go to public spaces. So with schools, we are launching our first educational program for 15-year-olds next month of May. It will be a program where 15-year-olds will learn what's the Open Data Portal. They will download the data set, upload it on Google Sheets, produce the first data visualization, and interpret the data with a data sculpture. We will see how it works. But I believe that if we work with this community, they will become part of our community forever. And then our most ambitious initiative is the organization of an exhibit about the 17 SDGs that will take place in 2026 in the National Science Museum in Madrid. We're looking for sponsors, organizations that would like to sponsor a data set that we can turn into a sculpture. This will be the first time an exhibit like this will be made, and it will come, I think, at a very relevant time. We are 5 years away from finishing the 2030 agenda, and after COVID, all our SDG indicators are totally messed up. Everything has changed, and I think we are still looking at the world with the 2015 eyes, and we need to refresh that view, know where we are, and plan our future together. So that's the aim of this exhibit. It will be a rotating exhibit, at least in some centers in Spain. With your help and support, maybe we can make this exhibit travel to Europe and to the rest of the world. So again, we're seeking support, sponsorship, in data, resources, ideas, anything is accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the tangible display as well. Any questions before we ask for our next speaker? No? Everyone had too much fun playing with the toys. Thank you very much indeed, Antonio. Our next speaker is going to talk about shaping reality, how visual design influences data perception. How my glasses influence my data perception, highly important up here, because I'm going to read you. It's data visioneer, I think this is how I'm pronouncing it correctly. Jan Willem Tulp from Tulp Interactive is going to show us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I have to tell you, I was really shocked, to be honest. When we were preparing for this conference, some of the organizers told me that some of you do not know how data is visualized. And I thought, well, that's impossible, of course. So I brought my data visualization box, and I thought I'd give you a quick demonstration how data is visualized. So it's really simple, basically. So you put data in, and a visualization comes out. And this box, it contains all the rules and guidelines for well-designed visualizations. So let me give you a quick demonstration. So let's imagine I have this piece of paper. This is a data set, and I put this in my box. And I can say, well, I want an interactive visualization. And so I open the box again. And indeed, I have an interactive visualization. I have another data set. Again, a data set. I can put it in my box, and I can say, well, this time I really do not care about any of the insights. I just want a very beautiful data visualization. So let's see. And here I have kind of an origami dragon. I have no idea what it's about, but it's really, really beautiful. Final data set before I move on. So let's put this data set in. And let's say this data set is about the weather, maybe even about the rain. And I want to create a visualization where my visualization represents what my data is about. So I open my box, and yeah, indeed, it's rain. Now, as you can see, these are all valid visualizations, as you can see clearly. But as a visualization designer, you still have a lot of freedom to make all kinds of choices. And this is the space I would like to explore with you a little bit further. So I have here a single dot, which represents 100 people, and it's a perfect valid visualization. So I have here a single dot, which represents 100 people, and it's a perfectly valid visualization. Now, as you can see, in both cases, it represents 100 people, but you probably think, well, the first one, maybe 100 people, not so much. And in this case, 100 people, it's quite a lot. So the data is the same, but the way that it's represented is different. And so your intuition or your feeling or the meaning that you give to the data is kind of different. Here's another example. It's kind of the opposite. So the representation, it's not really visual, but it's almost, well, it's textual, so million and billion sounds almost the same. But do they represent the same? So my question to you, and no calculators, 1 million seconds in a different time unit, in weeks, months, years, what do you think? How long is 1 million seconds? Anyone? 1 year. 1 week? Okay, 1 billion seconds? 100 years? Well, let's have a look. So 1 million seconds is about 12 days, and 1 billion seconds is 32 years. So that's a huge difference. So you can, and in this case, the representation is almost the same, million, billion, but the data it represents is completely different. And so if you do have a report and it says 230 million and 6.2 billion, of course you know that the one with billion is more, but maybe for your feeling, 6.2 is a little bit less than 230, and a million and billion is kind of the same. Final question. So I have these two sets of boxes, and they hide a number. So which one has the bigger number? Well, I can imagine that you're a little bit suspicious right now. So let me just reveal the number. So 9 million, I find it a quite large number. Second one, also 9 million. This is kind of a similar example as the first one. So the data it represents is the same, but your expectation might have been big number of boxes, big number, small number of boxes, small number. Now this is kind of how it works in the brain. So let's dive a little bit deeper into the brain, and I will stick to my own brain just to make sure that I know that it's true what I'm saying. Maybe you know the book Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. It's a book about cognitive biases and thinking processes. And he identifies two thinking processes. It's a fast thinking process. It's unconscious, and your brain takes a very quick impression and draws some conclusions. It can be incorrect, but that's the one, the first one. The second one is a slow thinking process. It's more accurate, it's conscious, but yeah, it's really slow. And yeah, for your brain, it doesn't seem to matter that much how where the sensory information is coming from, because it seems like to blend a little bit. So maybe you've heard of the Booba and Kiki experiment. So I'm going to show you two shapes, and the question is which of the two shapes is called Booba? So which one is Booba? The one on the right, which is kind of strange because there's nothing in this image that says the second one is called Booba. But apparently to your brain, the soft sound of Booba kind of corresponds with the soft curves of the shape on the right. And so I was thinking, apparently there's some kind of universal thing going on in your mind, and I was wondering, why do bar charts look like this? Why don't they look like this? Why do they always start at the bottom and go up? Yeah, unless for negative values maybe, but... So this one, you might say, it kind of looks like laundry hanging on a rope, maybe. And it's actually not too far from the truth. So it turns out that once you're born, even before you speak, you start interacting with the physical world. And when you do that, you learn all kinds of concepts, like up is more. If you stack things, then it becomes more. Or there are containers where you can put things inside and outside, and you learn about front and back, and center and periphery. So these are all kinds of constructs in your mind that you are using to think. And as a matter of fact, if you listen to language real closely, then you can recognize some of those things. So in English, you can say, I fall... I fall in love. So you fall in love, as if there's a kind of a bucket with love where you can fall into. But you can also fall out of love. So my main takeaway for this talk is that what you literally see, or actually what you literally experience, that is kind of your initial impression, your feeling about the data set, and it can influence how your slow thinking is interpreting it. And so if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, then, well, it probably is a duck. So just think of a duck, then everything will be fine. So, but it means that if two things look similar, then for your feeling, it may indeed be similar. Or if there's one very steep line, then for your feeling and your intuition, you might say, well, there's a sharp increase, even though if you look closely, the numbers are exactly the same. And if something is small, then it probably is small, and if something is big, then it probably is big, but again, they're both 9 million in this case. And if something moves fast, then it probably is something that is fast. Some people even use this to manipulate. So, according to the credits, a Republican in the United States has created this image. And it's about the Democrats' healthcare plan. And, well, I can hear the response, so people like it. It looks very ugly, very complex, ugly fonts, all kinds of colors. And so the data may be even completely accurate. But your impression is this looks complex, this looks ugly, incomprehensible. So this Democrat healthcare plan doesn't work. And so there's been a designer, and he redesigned this, and it's still a complicated plan probably, but if you use curves and light colors, then you might think, well, it looks structured, it's light, it's well organized, something like that. And so it's a completely different impression of the same data. I would like to close off with two projects, two self-initiated projects, data visualization projects, and I picked those because for those projects I really was thinking what people should experience or take away from it, and not so much about the real insights, the specific insight that you may want to get out of this visualization. And so the first one is about a historical timeline of people. This is not my visualization. This is an example of what you normally think of a timeline of people maybe. So you have an x-axis with time, and then you have all these rectangles, and you can see when someone's born and when someone died. And so there's nothing wrong with this visualization, but there's a challenge. So if you do want to get a sense of who lived at the same time and how old was this person, then you do have to keep a lot of information in your mind, and it takes a lot of effort to make sense of it. So that's one thing I wanted to address. The other thing is that when you think of historical figures, at least that's how it works for me, then you may have kind of an iconic image of this person in your mind. So this is Leonardo da Vinci, and well, when I think of Leonardo da Vinci, then maybe this image comes to mind. But sometimes we forget that even Leonardo da Vinci was also a 4-year-old who played in the garden. So that's also something I wanted to address. And so basically what I wanted to create was kind of a timeline of historical people where you could say, well, what if I lived in this single year? What would this look like with regards to the people who were alive at the time? So this is the visualization. It might go a little bit fast, but it starts at 3000 before Christ, and there are 3 columns. And every time, and it's basically a very long web page, and you can scroll up and down, and you can stop whenever you want. And every time someone is born, this person is added at the bottom of the column, either for culture or discovery in science or for leadership. And then on the right, there's a small square. It says the age of the person at that time. The color also indicates age, and the line also indicates age. If the name is white, then it's a man. If it's green, then it's a woman. And the size of the font size is based on the number of Wikipedia articles about this person. That's what this data set is based on. And so you can scroll from 3000 before Christ until almost today, and then you can just see in this particular year who was alive at that moment and what age was this person, were they contemporaries or not. And so it's a different way of looking at a timeline. So this is the first project. The second project is about the pandemic. And when the pandemic was here, you could see dashboards like this, and you could hear in the news that people would say, well, in this country there are 2,000 new cases, and in that country 2,500 new cases. And it's all correct, of course, but to me, when I try to imagine 2,000 people, well, that's a lot of people. 2,500 people, that's a lot of people and a little bit more. So it's kind of hard to imagine what these numbers actually mean. So what I tried to do was to create a visualization that kind of gives you a feeling for those numbers. As I said, that's what I wanted to do. So this is basically the concept that I applied. So imagine this imaginary situation. So this is one single day, and in this country there are 5 people who were infected with COVID. And what I did was I basically distributed these persons over a timeline of one single day. And then I started a timer, and then you can imagine that you can show progress bars, how long it takes for the next person to be detected, or when the circle is at a person. And if you have different countries with different number of people being infected, then the progress bars are different. So and that's basically what I created. So it's kind of an overview of all the countries in the world. And these are all progress bars, and based on this kind of this simulation of how of when people are being infected. There's also sound. So every time a person in the world is infected, you hear a sound. And also in this red bar, there's a notification. So you see someone in Brazil is affected, someone in Belgium is affected, whatever. So this is the visualization I created. And I was hoping that people would get a sense for these numbers. And people did respond to it, and they say it was beautiful or informative, but also terrifying and scary. And so I think, to some extent, at least for these 3 people, it worked. So that's basically my talk. And so whenever you look at a visualization, just think of a duck. Thank you.
Well, I did promise you that there would be some fun bits this afternoon. I think we've certainly delivered on that. Any questions pertaining to ducks or otherwise? Yeah. Yes.
First of all, thank you very much. Very entertaining presentation. It was really great. I'm just wondering, did you do any research or did you test? Because in some cases you showed the static presentation of data, which is quite complex. But then you replaced it with dynamic, with video presentation, and it was much easier understandable. So did you test it for the people acceptance? Do they accept more these video presentations? Are there any changes of their reaction?
You mean the presentation itself?
Yeah. So when you present something complex, of course, people don't react, they don't like. But when you change it to the video format, I think, or dynamic presentation, how is the attitude of the audience?
And do you then mean in general, or about video versus static, or?
Yeah, video versus static. Yes.
Well, first of all, I sometimes do video. Videos more often in my presentation, and one of the benefits is that you can talk over things without moving your mouse and things like that. And indeed, you can follow what's going on the screen. And so, in general, I would say that you can, create a story very well. So, I think it works well. Yeah.
Any more questions? Do I see any other hands going up in the room?
That's a secret.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
You're
that
welcome.
was fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing it with us. And we will send apologies to the room organisers because they will have to clear up all this confetti. Our next speaker, you are a tough act to follow, I will say that, but we are lucky. We have Davide Taibi, who is a senior researcher at the National Research Council of Italy in the Institute for Educational Technology, who will talk to us about integrating data and AI literacy into learning pathways, something very important. Thank you, Davide.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Good afternoon. It's very hard to talk after, so I'm also a bit embarrassed, but I will try to do my best for. Okay, yeah. I'm going to present today the experience that we measure in 4 European projects in which we integrate data and AI literacy into learning pathways. Very quickly, I promise, a few words about myself. A senior researcher at the National Research Council of Italy. I am a computer science background, but since 2001, I have been working on technology-enhanced learning. Over the year, my research topic covered a very wide range from mobile learning, semantic web, but also more recently on learning analytics, open science, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence in education. I am also a professor, contract professor of open data management at the University of Palermo, the computer science department. And I'm also one of the co-founders of the On Data organization, that is an NGO promoting initiative related to open data, open governments in Italy. I am a member of Open Data Sicilia, that is an online community that leverage open data for promoting civic engagement. Before to delve into the project, I will let's take a moment to think about what data literacy is. When we start working on this topic in 2019, we realized that having a common understanding of what data literacy is very difficult, because many definitions tend to blend the data literacy concept with other competencies, such as the information literacy, media literacy, digital literacy. So this leading to a great confusion. And even if we look at the Digicom framework, that is a very well-known competence framework for the digital competencies in Italy, in Europe, sorry, the data literacy is integrated together with the information literacy. So the two concepts are very, let me say, very blurred, and they are not clearly distinguished. And even when we analyze how data literacy is defined across the European countries, we found that the terms data literacy is either missing in local frameworks, and in many cases is often associated with data science. That, of course, they're two interconnected concepts, but it is not the same. It actually is not exactly the same. What we did in our project was, and the project that I'm going to present was exactly to face these challenges in practice, and aiming at preparing the learners for a data-driven words. Let's start with the project. I mean, the first project that I will present is DataLit. It is a Erasmus Plus Knowledge Alliance. It involved 14 partners from EU program countries, not EU program countries. And we also have partners from our partner countries from Western Balkans, specifically Albania. In this project, the consortium consisted of partners from academia and from the business sectors, because we studied the topic of data literacy at the intersection between universities and the industry sectors. In the second project, Daedalus, it is again Erasmus Plus, this time instead in the Strategic Partnership for Higher Education program. In this project, we were more focused focus on the university domain. Specifically, we explore how data literacy can be introduced into traditional university curricula, with a specific focus on not technical departments. Because we've, in our understanding, the ability to derive meanings from data is not something that needed only from technical disciplines, but is something that is also fundamental for social science and humanities. While these two projects, Daedalus and Daedalus, have been already successfully concluded, the other two projects, Smerald and Ideal, are still ongoing. I mean, we are the second year for Smerald and the first year for Ideal. These projects are both Erasmus Plus cooperation partnership, but they address two different sectors. Smerald specifically is on vocational education and training, while Ideal is in the higher education. In this project, the focus of data literacy was expanded to study also the combination between data and AI literacy, thus reflecting the growing interest towards the AI technologies. In addition, we also put specific care to the sustainability and the green aspects, also in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As shown in these slides, I mean, our journey began in 2019 and span over different European countries and different cultural contexts. Actually, yes, this project have been all funded by the Erasmus Plus program, but as I said, we focus in this project on different sectors, so we have had the opportunity to look at the data literacy aspects from a multiple perspective. So this was another value of running this project over the years. Of course, it's not easy to represent all the activities that have been done for each of these projects, but I would like to draw your attention to specific insights that we gained from these projects. Well, first, the common basis that we had for the four projects was the simple but yet critical facts that the data AI literacy is no more a competence that is needed only by technical experts and data scientists. I mean, nowadays, these are competencies that are needed by all citizens and all workers. And for these reasons, in this project, we had the aim to promote unconscious and responsible use of data and AI tools through specific design learning pathways, and aiming in this way to narrowing the gap between the business sectors and the academia and the citizen in general. Yeah, and in this way, making data literacy accessible to everyone. In a nutshell, because even if, okay, all these projects have had a different story, I've developed different outcomes, outputs, but there are some commonalities between the projects. For sure, they share the same structure, and in these slides, we see the main outcomes that we had. Let me summarize very quickly. I mean, we had a set of comprehensive research reports tailored for each sectors for the status of data literacy in AI literacy in Europe. Then we create a common syllabus, I mean a standardized syllabus to support data and AI literacy initiatives, learning initiative, of course. We also have proposed a validation system aligned with the European qualification framework, and then we have also a digital platform supports our learning activities. And finally, we have the pilot programs that gave us the opportunity to test our methodologies in different real contexts. Well, some highlights from the research and the learning offers that we detect in Europe. First of all, we noticed that the data and the AI literacy offers are very fragmentary in the sense that we have both offers that last just one-day workshop that promise you to become an expert on AI or on data literacy to a fully fledged master's degree, I mean, of 6 or even more months. So it's very, very different. And similarly, also the syllabus that we analyze are very different and vary from a very basic concept to advanced one with statistics and machine learning too. That we have to decide the extent to which these are specifically data literacy. Or similarly, I mean, when it comes to the qualification system, it's very, very few of them are connected to the European qualification frameworks that we have, and the needs of labor markets are very insufficiently addressed by the learning offer that we analyze. In one of our key proposal is a common syllabus. The characteristic of this common syllabus is to complement what we consider as domain-specific competencies for data and AI literacy. So to have to make individuals able to work with data and AI. This key competence, so domain competencies are complemented with the other specific soft skills connected to communication, computational thinking, and so on. Here are some example of what we have as what we propose as in the case of data literacy as functional competencies. And again, I mean, these are not only that in our vision, not only the functional competencies are needed, but also the soft skills are of fundamental importance to make individual able to live in a data-driven world. The final remarks on the piloting phase, and the piloting programs were our cornerstone of our methodology, because through the pilots we had the possibility to test in a real scenario, use case scenario, our approach. Specifically, so far we are conducted 40 pilot programs in different sectors. And the results of these pilot programs help us creating guidelines and concrete recommendations to transfer our approach to other educational sectors, such as schools and adult education. One of the pilot projects I would like to quickly show you is the ones that we implemented at the Open Data Management course that I teach at the University of Palermo. Specifically in this course, the students learn the potential of open data in different sectors. So they use data coming from energy, health systems, and education, and so on. And they have also the opportunity to be engaged with the hands-on activities in which they use AI tools to analyze data and to clean data and to extract meaning from data. what the students learn in this course. They specifically learn how to find data, and in this case, the European data portal is intensively used because it's a very wide portal having data from almost all countries in Europe. Then they also learn how to distinguish or how to detect misleading charts. Here we have some examples in which, yes, the charts are not very well designed. They also know how to interlink data through linked data principles. And finally, they developed communication and critical thinking with oral presentation and written reports. To conclude, this is the last slide. This project gave us the opportunity to highlight the impacts of a collaborative efforts in advancing data and AI literacy in Europe. By connecting universities, enterprises, and the general public, we aim to empower individuals with the needs, skills to live in a data-driven world, thus promoting a more informative, skilled, and inclusive society. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And have we questions in the room for David? Any questions? Well, I see one here on the aisle. And any others? Nope, just one, so we'll take that.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Also touching about the data literacy aspect that is very important for us working Data Europa to you, me and my colleagues, so thanks a lot. I wanted to ask maybe more general question. So how, you mentioned all these projects that you're working on. How do you see data and AI literacy changing education in the upcoming years?
It's not an easy question
I know.
to ask, because what we notice, I mean, we work a lot as an Institute for Educational Technology. We work a lot with the educational world, I mean, at a different level. So with especially, I have to say, with the secondary schools, with the university, but also, yes, with the vocational education and training. I have to admit that in the last years, we witnessed a change due to the drastic change due to the AI technology, the introduction of AI technology. I have to say that right now, I mean, we receive a lot of requests at different levels, I mean, from secondary schools, but sometimes also from primary schools, to university departments that would like to have they are not interested to have to know the mystery of AI technology or to become the AI experts, but they would like to know how does it work, or why this technology can be helpful for their work. So in this sense, I mean, I would say that in the last few years we are witnessing this drastic change in the requests. There is, I have to say, less interest in data, even if, and more in AI, even if we always combine these two, because in my opinion, but yeah, I'm not the only one thinking that, we can talk about AI literacy without knowing what data is, and which is the strict connection that we have between data and AI today.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I see one question. Can we keep it quite quick, because I know Nadieh needs to get herself set up technologically for the next one. So get a microphone down here, but try and keep it extremely brief.
Thank you. I was wondering, you mentioned at some point about framework for data literacy. Are we close to developing such a framework, like the language literacy or the digital literacy, or you don't see it coming?
You mean the implementation of these of the framework that we propose? I mean, because the framework that I propose is implemented. I mean, it's something that we implemented. No, it's not widely adopted. I have to say that. I mean, it has not been included in at least not officially, yes, in the traditional curriculum. For instance, the pilot project that I presented. I mean, I have I have to say, in a privileged condition that I'm teaching at the University of Open Data Management. So I, of course, implemented this. I try at least to do my best to implement this framework also in the course that I teach. So, but there is not, I would say, an official adoption of this framework, and at least, I cannot say that.
Thank you very much indeed. So a round of applause, please, for Davide. So our next speaker is from Visual Cinnamon, a data visualization expert and founder of Visual Cinnamon. Nadieh Bremer is going to tell us about visualizing connections, exploring networks and narratives through data visualization. Thank you.
Everyone, waiting until my slides come up. Thank you. Awesome. All right. So I've heard the saying that everything is connected several points in my life, and although I don't want to debate whether literally everything is connected, I have found, looking upon it, that connections can really be found everywhere. They really are a part of us, of the world, from connections between people, within language and nature and culture itself, and some connect us across time, and others only exist through the meaning we as humans give them. And in these days, when more data is being collected every day than we could ever hope to explore, the variety in connections being gathered is opening up the possibilities of visualizing more of these often complex data sets and networks. And I've been focused on visualizing data for almost a decade now, and I like to take on the bigger data sets, those that have a lot of diversity, so I can show context and other stories besides the main insight. Is it not, is this better? Is it not good enough? Oh, it's good enough. All right, so my apologies. Yes. And ever since I started freelancing, I noticed that a lot of my projects can be seen as revealing connections. Some very obvious, some more subtle, some ending up as actual network visualizations, while others use a different visual form to best display the insights. And during this talk, I'd like to take you through 3 different projects of my favorite projects to reveal you the ugly truth that goes into creating these big and elaborate and often interactive visuals and stories. And I think when most people think about family, think about connections, they think about family ties. How are you connected to your parents, to your great-grandparents, and even further back? And a few years ago, I was working on a personal collaboration project called Data Sketches, where I worked together with Shirley Wu, who is also a Dataviz freelancer, and we both created an elaborate visualization just in our own time for 12 months, and each month had a different theme, and one of these was presidents and royalty. And I'd always been intrigued by how intermarried the royals really are. Are they all cousins twice removed, or is it closer than that, or farther? And I didn't want just the last few generations of one royal house so I could make something more standard like this. No, I wanted as many connections as possible, as much data as I could find. And thankfully, after some Googling, I found this really great genealogy data set about 3,000 people of all European royal houses going back more than a millennia. I also learned through this project that website design quality says nothing about the data quality that it shares. So, the data set was from 1992, so I did have to spend an evening on Wikipedia, adding 1 or 2 more generations in the main line of succession, looking up some other famous royals in the meantime. But the problem that I usually have with these highly interconnected networks is that it's very hard to draw anything less abstract than just circles connected by lines. And that's because the best way to visualize a network is so inherent to the actual connections within the network. So what I have to do is basically, I plop all of the data on the screen using the most basic network settings and then continue from there. which is what I did here as well. I plopped the data on the screen, reloaded my page, and then this happened. It all exploded out of my screen. It's like, okay, that's pretty useless. I added a little bit more, let's say, gravity to hopefully get it more closer together, but there was this tipping point, and everything just went into a giant hairball. Coloring everybody by year of birth didn't really help, but in the browser, I can play with the laws of gravity. So I pulled the web apart by year of birth, which was better, but it was still a rather uninsightful bundle. And at this point, I'd already spent hours playing with the network settings, trying different kinds of connections, adjusting my data, and I really just wanted to give up and forget about this angle. But I gave it one last shot, and that's when I decided to focus on the current royal leaders. So I made these big, spread them out vertically, and then I let the vertical gravity of everybody else depend on who they were most closely related to. And that's when I finally saw it in sites. For example, that the Queen of Denmark, King of Norway, and Queen of England, late Queen of England, are quite heavily interconnected, but that the Prince of Monaco line here at the bottom is actually separated from Europe over 200 years ago. And only once I found sort of the story within this network did I start thinking about the visual design. And I'm officially a graduated astronomer, so I have a very big bias for anything space, which was really the only reason why I turned it into a starry night. Here's the actual version on the internet. And because I wanted people to get a feeling for how connected this network was of royalties and people related to royalties, I added 2 types of interactions. So for one, you can hover over every person and see how far 6 degrees of separation reaches into this web. So this lady, Pauline of Württemberg, is connected to 6 current royal leaders in only 6 steps. I believe if you look her up on Wikipedia, she's called the grandmother of Europe, which I am seeing why. And here, if we see like the late Queen of England, and let's see, here we have Sissy. You can then see the shortest connection within the network. So maybe these two are not that highly, not really family, but I was surprised to see that the late Queen of England and the King of Norway are really basically family. What I did notice also is that in the last 100 years, thankfully, research has convinced the royal family lines that inbreeding is not good for the health of your children, so they are starting to separate out again. So I was connected to the Guardian US by a mutual friend. And through the Gates Foundation, they have an entire section on their website that focuses on homelessness in America. And they were gathering data from cities and shelters about how they were giving out free bus tickets to homeless people, single-way free bus tickets to anywhere that wasn't here, in a way. So yeah, fuck off. To say it very, very bluntly. And they wanted someone to help them bring the insights to life from this very big data set. And they asked me for help, and I asked Shirley from that Data Sketches collaboration to help me as well. With my data science background, I took the data analysis and data cleaning on me. And of course, all of these cities and shelters, they'd send over PDF and Excel files, and each one was, of course, different, and that was already one part of the fun. But the real fun part, came in the shape of typos and state errors. Because to properly know where a person was going to, I needed an existing city. So I created a collection of fuzzy text matching techniques to try and find the actual city in case when an exact match wasn't found, always checking manually if I agreed with it. But the US should never have created 4 states that start with the letters MI. That's like hours of my life fixing that. But anyway, after that was done, the analysis part began. I had 35,000 journeys to analyze. And I looked at age and gender, big versus small cities, what destination was most popular, what if you tried to account for distance? But simply plotting these 35,000 journeys, I knew would be an important part of the story, but plotting them on a map, just as lines, that didn't work. It didn't visually do anything. So I knew that needed a different visual design. Well, partly due to lucky timing, everybody involved could be in the same room together for 2 days, during which we figured out the full story to tell, and Shirley and I created visual designs for each of these sort of different sub-conclusions. And my main one would be that map of the US, showing all of these journeys. And I realized that instead of showing them all at once, I wanted to turn it into an animation, showing each person separately as a little streamlet moving from start to finish. And then over time, these circles would start to grow to show how many of the homeless had moved towards different cities. And I got back home, started programming that, and of course you start out simple. You don't plop out the final animation in one go. But I didn't really think about what it would create, so I just gave everybody the same starting point and end point in time, and I was kind of realized it's interesting to see that means that you get these little USs growing into the big US. Then I gave everybody the same speed, but then we got these shockwaves of homeless people moving over the US. Of course, not really good. But then ever fine-tuning further and further, and it started to look like a proper timeline. I did spend more time trying to make it like add more, like it needs to be more, being able to follow a person for a little while, but we eventually decided that it was strong in its simplicity in a way where it's just showing how many people are being sent across the US through these bus programs in a way. And let me show you a little bit of the final result, where here we have that map. And what is happening here is in data viz speak, it's called scrolly telling, where the map stays in place, the visual changes based on the text that's on it. And here we have that animation. Again, it's really about just showing the immensity of people moving across the US, these homeless people being sent away. But there's many more visuals in here, as well as videos and photos, interviews with actual people, to really make this combination between the high-level insights that this rich data set gave us, combined with like personal stories of the people that were actually affected. And I want to end with one final example where I want to show you connections between the different cultures that we have on Earth. So since 2003, UNESCO has been gathering and safeguarding an ever-growing list of intangible cultural heritage, which can be anything from practices and knowledge and skills that people see as being part of their cultural heritage. About 40 new elements get added each year, and I believe the list is now over 700. And you can browse this list, and I have to admit, this not so increasingly inviting table on the UNESCO website. And if you click on anything, you get more information, as well as videos and photos. And here in the lower left, which I think not even the people on the front can read, but it says something like concepts. And these you can see as tags. So experts have extensively tagged each of these cultural elements. And if you then compare tags across cultural elements, it's no surprise that a lot of them share these tags. Like all of these, except for one, have vocal music as one of their tags. And yeah, that was it. I don't know what, yes, we're back.
Oh, you're back.
Thanks. And one man within UNESCO had this vision where he wanted people to better understand that cultural heritage is something that can be very similar, even though the cultures can be on other sides of the earth. Like there's a shared humanness to us in a way. And he'd convinced management to give him some funding, and he asked me to do the visual side. And he was very upfront in his first email. He said, like, I have this network. At the time, there were about 450 cultural elements, countries and regions connected to them, even World Heritage sites, and about 1,000 different concepts, which together is about 2,000 nodes, which is sort of the technical term for entities in a network. And between them, they shared a whopping 12,000 connections. I mean, I did not know if I was able to handle that for the royalty project before. That one had 3,000 nodes, but only 4,500 connections. And that was already something I almost threw out the window. But honestly, I did not want to say no to UNESCO, so I just kind of crossed my fingers, hoping that future me would figure it out. And as with the royalty project, I knew that I just had to put everything on the page and then start from scratch again, basic network settings. And as I was afraid, I would end up with hairballs. Giant infectious disease-like looking things kept appearing on my screen no matter what I tried. But this one is a pretty good one. But there was one aspect that saved me. Not all of these connections were of equal importance. If you look back at those concepts, there are actually primary and secondary concepts. So Tangle, for example, has dance, instrumental, and vocal music as its primary concepts, but a lot more secondary ones. And although UNESCO did not want me to filter out the secondary ones, they were okay if I only used the primary connections to give shape to the network. So I temporarily filtered out anything that wasn't a primary connection. And then the result looked like this, where all of the yellow circles are the cultural elements, and all of the remaining concepts and their connections are just like teeny tiny circles. It was just for me to not see, like not have overlap be an issue. And this was looking a lot more ordered. It was in fact looking like a proper network. And I thought I would start to see communities. And in network analysis, you talk about communities when certain groups of circles are more heavily interconnected to each other than they are to the rest of your network. Think about high school friends on LinkedIn, first job people you know on LinkedIn, university. Those are all like sub-communities. And smart people have written algorithms that can detect these communities, and I can then use that to give each of them a separate color, which is what I did here. And then I definitely saw communities. It's a little bit hard to see. I chose a silly color palette, but like there's a clear community over here, and there's like a light purple community over here. And I thought, okay, so we're on the right track. I made these concept nodes. I then made them scale according to how often they were used, so that like vocal music is very popular, so that gets a very big circle. But there was a thing here that still bugged me, and that is that usually network algorithms, they just plop everything on the screen randomly, and then they let the algorithm do its thing. But that can literally mean that even on a screen, your network can get tangled. They're not able to pass. But I knew what needed to belong together. So I thought, instead of randomly, I'll place everything in a circle, and then I will let the network algorithm do its thing. And when I saw this for the first time, I thought it was so interesting to see that many of these circles, they stay very close to that initial starting point. They only move apart because I don't want them to overlap. And there are only a few here in the center that get pulled towards other communities because apparently they have more ambiguous connections. So that really showed me that looking at this particular network from the angle of communities apparently fitted this particular network. Well, then again, I put everything that I filtered out back in, did like a second go around of the network algorithm, added some different designs, like concepts look different than regions, look different than World Heritage Sites. And I really enjoyed how, if you zoomed in, it kind of looked like a schematic image of outer space. Of course, that made me happy. But now with the circles figured out, I had to look into 12,000 lines. So I don't like gray and straight, so I made them colored and curved. But yeah, 12,000 lines at full opacity is chaos. So again, my quest began on how am I going to fix this. Of course, that took some time, but less time, because I already knew some connections are more important than others. So if you hover over something, you see all of its connections. The primary ones are thick, secondary ones are thin. And if you don't hover over anything, you really only see the primary connections. It's about this visual hierarchy. And of course, the client wanted way more things that were like hovering and clicking, zooming in, being able to see the photos and whatnot. But let me just show you the actual final result. So here, let's say we zoom in here. I just randomly pick something like this, the Carnival of Binch. And it apparently is about percussion instruments, and we have urban spaces, dance, and we can see here performing arts. This one looks interesting. Feathers. Sure, feathers, that sounds interesting. What else is about feathers? Well, apparently it's about, it's an animal product, makes sense. I will not pronounce many of these things. Let's say it's a festival. Here we have a secret society. That sounds interesting. Oh, we have the secret society. It's connected apparently to spiritual knowledge and wisdom and medicinal plants. But I can also ask for more information and see, videos and the photos again. And that's kind of how this network tries to make it, you remember that table from the start? This visual tries to make people, to give them this sort of serendipitous way of moving through this network, but give them a sense of how everything is interconnected within only a few steps. Like we're not that dissimilar. Our cultures are unique to us, but in an abstract sense, we're not that dissimilar. And it doesn't end there. There are different ways in connections, in how an organization is structured. There are different connections between people besides family, like friends and lovers. There are different connections in how a computer works with tasks, creating other tasks, which create yet other tasks, and even connections across time, like this personal project where I visualize all of the fights of characters in Dragon Ball Z. I feel like I'm not in the right audience here for that to land. Hopefully a few. But you can find, the point that I hope to have shown you with these three examples is that connections can be amazingly diverse. And I found that properly visualizing connections is a very creative and custom and iterative approach. Sometimes the connections can be simple enough that you can draw out something like a design beforehand, but more often than not, I find that the data set is just too complex and elusive and unknown that there's nothing else for me to do but just plop all of the data on the screen and continue to design with code, where I can see what my decisions have, what the effect is on the network as a whole. Well, you can find all of these and way more projects that are about connections on my website. And I'm on LinkedIn and X and Blue Sky. I have a newsletter, blah, blah, blah. Finally, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. As beautiful as it was informative. And I see a hand up already. So let's get a microphone down here into the middle.
So, Nadieh, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation about how to tell a story, to connect with each other, and the fact that there has to be like also a human contact to really create some sort of feeling. So, my question is on how to use this also for the public sector, because policy officers, decision makers, they deal with very complex topics in a day-to-day basis, climate, energy, and we want to connect better with citizens, and you were talking now about connections between people. So I'm wondering, what would you recommend to the public sector, to governments, on how to better connect with citizens using all the data that we have? What would be the recommendations you will give to us?
I feel like I could write a book about that, but I mean, that's how long the answer could be. But I think some of the important things are, that I find, is you have to think about the data and the goals, and not in chart types. You have to think about what data and what is my goal, what do I want people to learn from this visualization, instead of just thinking, oh, this data needs to be visualized. No, you need to have a goal with your data. What's your lesson? What's the why? That's sort of the basis of everything. Also, think about your audience. Is it indeed general population, or is it like a subset of that? How much do they know about the data already? That usually means like for example, their data literacy is a little bit higher than general, and so you can maybe make it a bit more complex, but a bit more like specific. But also, what I think is often undervalued is just design, like good design and customization. If you need to, especially with complex data sets, their message gets lost in a bar chart or in a line chart. You are so far oversimplifying your result, your teachings, when you put climate data. I mean, some parts are easy, like the line chart where the temperature goes up. That one's very strong, but there are so many more other data sets that just need something custom built for that particular data set, taking into account all of the facets. And that results in a visual that doesn't have a name. It's just made for that data set. And it looks visually pleasing. You are thinking about colors. You are thinking about interactions. You're using, I mean, it's like the little things. Good fonts, enough annotations, explain things. Don't make your title showing X versus Y. Show the conclusion in your title. Add annotations about showing people where they should focus their eyes. Make it look like something they would want to put on their wall. Like, you first need to draw the eye of the general audience before you can teach them something. And I feel that especially in science, that is undervalued. It's undervalued that you first need to grab them before you can teach them. And so that's something that you really need to invest into as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't see any other questions. So, Nadieh, I think you've demonstrated it all. So, wonderful job. Thank you again. A big round of applause, please. So, I hope everyone's awake for our next speaker. I've introduced him before. I warn you, don't be too scared. It is entitled Algorithms, Art and AI, Having Fun While Being Scared. Andreas Refsgaard is a digital artist, and he's here to wake us all up.
Okay, I'm just quickly going to test the sound. Yes, perfect. Okay, so thanks so much for having me. My name is Andreas Refsgaard, and in this talk I will go through 10 projects that I made using machine learning throughout the last 10 years. So you'll kind of become part of my journey as an artist and interaction designer in using machine learning as a creative tool. And I'll begin back in 2016 with this project called Doodle Tunes, made in collaboration with an artist named Jean Kogan. We made it for a hackathon in South Korea in 1 day. And the idea was to train a system to recognize drawings of musical instruments. So actually what you see over here, that pile of paper, that's our data set. We had all the participants in the hackathon draw different musical instruments. And then we wrote some software, so if a musical instrument was detected by the camera looking down on the paper, music with those instruments would start playing. Let's have a look.
Just the bass. Yeah.
The next project from the next year is also about image classification. It's called An Algorithm Watching a Movie Trailer, made with Lasse Korsgaard. And this time around, we used a model that was already trained. It is a model kind of similar to the one you saw before. It's a model called YOLO 2, which is pretty fast at detecting images in objects. YOLO is still a model, and now I don't know if we're up to YOLO 9 or 8 or whatever, but they still work in the same way. You give them pixels, and then they try to figure out objects that they've been specifically trained on. Where are those objects in the image? So you see here person, 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 a lot of books, and then there's a cell phone somewhere. And I was kind of like, I was in a way super impressed with these models. Remember, this is back in 2017, but I was also quite curious about all the types of mistakes they made, and also curious about what things they ignored. As you see here, there's a lot of black pixels where nothing gets detected. So what me and Lasse did in this project was that we took all individual still frames from a movie trailer for the Hollywood film The Wolf of Wall Street. We fed all of them into this algorithm, and then we kept all the pixels where something was detected, and then when nothing was detected, we just made those pixels black. So what you'll see now is an excerpt from a movie trailer, a piece of popular culture, but seen through the eyes of a 2017 image recognition model. Let's have a look. Oh, let's have a look here.
My name is Jordan Belfort. The year I turned 26, I made $49 million, which really pissed me off because it was 3 shy of $1 million a week.
We're making a name for ourselves.
Nobody knows if the stock is going to go up, down, sideways, or in circles. You know what a fugazi is?
Oh, Fugazi. It's fake.
Yeah, fugazi, fugazi. It's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust.
The next year, I got super interested in not only having computers interpret our world, but also contribute to our world creatively. So, in collaboration with Mikkel Thybo Lose, I made an online bookstore, which actually still exists, booksby.ai, and you can go to this book and buy, go to this website and buy books if you're tired of human authors. So everything on this site, all these books are 100% AI generated. All the text in the books is AI generated. The book covers are AI generated. The titles of the books are generated. the author names are generated, the prices are also generated, and the book covers are generated. Back then, there were no Midjourney or ChatGPT, so you sort of had to train stuff yourself, and you had to find data yourself. It was a bit tricky, so I used open data from Project Gutenberg, which I was allowed to, and then I stole some from Amazon.com, which I don't think I was allowed to. And then I took images of book covers from something called Open Library, which I was allowed to. And then I trained models, progressive growing of GAN for these book covers, and something called char-RNN for the actual texts. And these books didn't turn out super great. Like, remember, this is 7, 8 years ago. So I needed social proof. I needed someone who would say, these books are great, like, buy these books. That was a bit hard to get, so I used a pre-trained model that was able to generate beautiful people. And then I trained a new text algorithm on positive reviews of other people's book purchases from Amazon, like 5-star reviews. And then all of a sudden I had this army of reviewers that really liked my books. Yes, and I think this is my favorite review from Editor Locker, who wrote, "I really enjoyed this book, it's knudung." And a word like knudung, that's not a word that we see anymore when we use these large language models. They're pretty good at writing. They don't make a lot of spelling mistakes, at least not in English. But back then, like, there were no big models. I used a model called char-RNN, and char means character, meaning that it learns character by character. And in the beginning, when you train a model like that, it just spits out totally random characters. And then it figures out, okay, in the data set, it looks like sometimes there's a space between some of the characters. Maybe I should put a period, and after a period, maybe I should put a capital letter. And then they sort of learn to mimic the language and the grammar and the syntax from the training data. But if you don't train them well enough, or if you train them with too little compute or with too little training data, then you keep some of these weird mistakes like knudung. Like, it's almost a word, right? But it's not really anything. But I love it. Like, I think these books, they're not great at all. They're also not, like, not uninteresting. I think they are knudung books. And now a weird thing is that real people are now buying my books. So I'm a bit lazy. And this project got some interest, like, from around the world, and I don't know about shipping and tariffs and everything, so I didn't want to ship stuff all over, so I actually used Amazon. And it was also a way of sort of letting the snake bite itself in the tail, because a lot of the training data came from Amazon. So I was sort of curious whether they would accept my AI throw-up books, vomit books, but they're making money from it, and I'm making money from it, so I don't know, maybe they're okay with it. Art and spam, same shit. Either way, now real people, I promise you that I didn't write any of the reviews that are on Amazon.com. I only wrote the ones on my page, but I sell them through Amazon.com, where you can buy them, and they get printed and shipped to you. And now, like, a large amount of people have bought them compared to how bad they are as reading experiences. And typically, these books get then, like, either a 5-star review or a 1-star review. Like, there's no one saying it's fine. Like, it's either a really interesting concept or a horrible reading experience. Yeah. I think I like this review from Kristen. Like, there's something about no offense to the AI who wrote it. Okay, none taken, I guess, either way. Okay, so books by AI. You can buy these books. The books are not great, but the fake reviews are really good. Okay. So, but like, so from that learning experience, I thought, okay, maybe like a whole book, like a whole sci-fi book of 200 pages, that's a bit too much. Like, maybe let's try something simpler. So, I was then still interested in image classification, image understanding, object recognition, and I wanted to make something with poetry and text. So I created this thing called Poems About Things. And Poems About Things is a little project that you can try on your mobile phone. And the idea is that you can walk around town with your phone, and then at every point it will try to sort of spit out what it thinks it sees. So it thinks that my building is a prison, for instance. And then you can snap a picture. And whatever you snap a picture of, it gets classified, could be correct, could be incorrect. And then a small poem appears about that object. How does that poem appear? I use a search engine. And in search engines like Google, you typically get a lot of autocomplete suggestions. And sometimes those autocomplete suggestions actually have a nice rhythm to them. They're almost like, for instance, with banana. Can bananas kill you? Can bananas be frozen? Can bananas cause diabetes? Can banana trees move? Can banana trees walk? Sometimes it's just one sentence that's interesting. This laptop was brought to you by capitalism. Sure, I just took a photo. Or here, how does organ donation work? How does organ failure feel? How does organizational structure affect leadership? All of this from just a picture of an organ. Yes. Okay, I think we should stop before this because it's getting broadcasted. Okay, so this is my favorite poem created by the system. It's not me. I have his permission to use it. It's a student I had at a design academy. I gave the students a lot of my tools. I also gave them the code. And then I wanted them to sort of remix them or use them in different ways compared to how I typically use them. And then there was the student who sort of observed that when I demoed my project, poems about things, I would also always face the camera away from myself. And poems about things sort of implies that you're taking pictures of stuff. He did the opposite. He turned the camera the other way around towards his own body and different parts of his body. And then by doing that, he discovered that the AI model that I was using for detecting what was in the image had no idea about different parts of bodies. It was trained with 1,000 categories, but none of them were actually human. Like human wasn't even a category, and arm or something like that, not a category. So when he did that, he created these wonderful poems that were all based on these classification mistakes. Which I think kind of made them quite poetic, because is this fur coat real? It kind of is, right? Maybe the hairy upper body is the original fur coat. Is it worth anything? I don't know. Made out of mink. Why is it shedding? Like, why is the hairs falling off? I don't know. Okay, I'm going forward 1 year, and now I called it Better Poems About Things, because I got a bit tired of using the outputs that came out of the search engines like Google as the actual text for the poems. So instead, I started using large language models. This is still before ChatGPT, but you had access to models that came before that, similar to GPT-3, for instance. And I'm always updating it. So now I think, are you up for having a poem generated about you? Should we try? Yeah. And if you don't like it, you can maybe hide behind your seat. So I'm gonna try now, and this, I don't know, maybe the cable will go out. We'll try. Okay. So let's see. Are you ready? Oh, and I need to. Where are we? Okay. Oops. So analyzing the image, and your presentation is about to begin. Everyone's an expert with their lanyards and secrets. In conference chair, red upholstery of misery, as if understanding can be forged sitting down. They nod like they've heard this all before, but really they're reciting grocery lists and grievances, hoping the coffee doesn't run out. A glitch in the slideshow births a collective sigh, because suddenly we're all just children at a puppet show, waiting for the string to reveal what was behind the curtain all along. Just another PowerPoint. And someone mistakenly dressed as a hero. Oh my. Okay. That's one of the better ones. They can go in all directions. Like sometimes they're really bad. Okay. Oh, did we lose? Now we lost it. Oops, sorry. Screensaver? Oh, oops. Okay. Yeah. Now, should we make one? There's this exit sign. I don't know if we can pick up on that exit sign. That'd be really fun. Let's see. Yeah, not really. Okay. So that was it saw it. Okay, interesting. Oh, oops, sorry. Okay, more stuff. Little time. I also made this at the buffet vigilante. Watches claim the snacks like kingdoms. Each slider a nation of excess toothpicks. Okay. Either way. So moving forward 1 year, I got really interested in. Like I started playing around with these large language models. Now you had models like GPT-3. You also had something like XLNet, and it was before ChatGPT. But I was like super interested in these models and how they worked. And like now with these large language models, they typically have sort of like a chat interface. So you have a conversation with them. But back then they didn't work like that. Essentially what they did was that you gave them some text and they continued your text with the most likely token, next word. To some extent, that's still what they do, but back then it was way more obvious. They did not have a conversation with you, they just continued your text. And the idea of continuing a text was very interesting to me, because I don't know if any of you have this issue, but sometimes if I am online and I look at articles, news articles, then I end up behind a paywall, right? There's a lot of stuff I can see, but there's also a lot of stuff I cannot see. But I knew that these language models, they were good at just continuing the text. So I built a browser plugin that would allow people, like, I don't know, not strictly go behind the paywall, but continue the text in a statistically likely way. And this was like, this is not something I did just for fun. It was a pitch for an installation at a festival that had a theme around true and false in the age of AI. It got canceled due to COVID, so but I did the project anyway. So you click this button, and then it would generate the rest of the article. And at least for me, as a non-native English speaker, it sort of seemed like superficially coherent. Like it keeps on track. It sort of knows what an article is. It respects the main topic, but of course it's completely wrong. It's fully fictional, and it's also systematically wrong in the sense that it's trained with data from a specific time period, so it made these weird mistakes about specific political figures that were still presidents or not presidents, etc. I then got super interested in what kind of data these models were trained on, and as was also mentioned in the morning, Wikipedia is a big part of training of a lot of the big language models. So I thought these models must be really good at writing Wikipedia-like articles. And I don't know, how many of you have your own Wikipedia page? 1, 2, okay. Would any of you like a Wikipedia page? It's a fake one. You can think a bit about it. I'll demo it now, but just, okay, then think of something I should be famous for. Because I made this project where, let's see, where everyone can get their own Wikipedia page. You just have to enter your name. And you can also use like a pseudonym. You don't have to use your own name. And then something you would like to be famous for. And it can be anything. It can be your childhood dream or your hobby or something super weird or something more realistic. Does anyone have an idea about something I should be famous for? Poetry. Okay. It would be nice if it's something a bit more visual. Knudung? Just knudung? Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so this won't make any sense, but let's try. Okay. I'm famous for knudung. Okay. Then we need a picture of me. And then the system will now try to analyze my face. It will try to estimate my age, my gender, my mood, and all of this will be part of this generated biography of me being famous for knudung, which we don't really know what is. And then we also get a fake image. And it says then that I'm born November 25th in Aarhus. And, and here I'm doing a talk. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, true. The birth of knudung. Yeah, okay, so let's skip that. So, the balloon debate. I constructed a series of balloon figures representing famous historical debaters suspended in air. Aha. And was that the Knudung? Okay, Knudung Kingdom, here we go. So in 2015 in Berlin, I made the Knudung Kingdom, which was these sculptures about the absurdities of modern life. And again, it's life-sized Knudung figures in humorous reinterpretations of serious societal issues. Yes, okay. And then went to Art Basel Fair, and I collaborated with Søren Juhl for a music thing. Okay. Yeah. Does anyone, I think we have time, does anyone want their own Wikipedia page? If not, you can find me afterwards and you can get one. Yeah, okay. And complete with picture now. Okay. So 2 years ago, I had an intern, his name is Frederik, and we shared an interest in memes, online memes, and we thought it would be interesting to maybe make a tweak of my poem project. So instead of generating poems and poetry, what if we could generate AI memes from images? And that became a site that's called MemeCam. People can donate to it, but they don't need to, and it doesn't help. And the basic idea is that you simply just take a picture, any picture, and it will then try to generate a fun meme text based on it. When you realize the exit is just success cleverly disguised. So sometimes, I don't know, you're laughing now, but I don't know, is it really funny? Like, what is it you're laughing about? Are you laughing about the fact that it detected something and tried to come up with the structure of a meme, or is this meme actually funny? No, no, it's not funny. Okay, fair enough. So I cheated a bit, like sometimes similar to when you have like cooking shows on TV, then you cheat. So I walked around a bit here, yeah. So when I did my test checkup, somewhat funny, I don't know. This one, did you see all of that? Yeah, okay, not really. Somewhat. Okay, so no time for clapping, because now I want you to try. So, and one thing that's important is that MemeCam got quite popular, and every time it's run, I pay a fraction of a cent, because these models run on online servers. So that means that you can only generate 10 memes per second per IP address, and sometimes if everyone is on the same Wi-Fi, then you're treated as the same person. So if you want to have your own 10 memes, then turn off Wi-Fi on mobile, otherwise you might be treated as the same user. And when you go there's a donate button, but it doesn't help you. You don't get any more free memes, you don't need to donate. Then you can just snap pictures or upload pictures, but you can also set the context to things like conference center or data or whatever to sort of steer the direction of the memes. And while you make some memes, then try to think about whether, like now I said, you make some memes, who is it that's actually making these memes? Are you creating them? Is it the AI models? Is it me as an artist? Who's sort of who has the agency here? Yeah, so just a minute to generate a meme or two. And of course, you can also do it later on if you don't run out. Okay, we'll move on. The next project from last year is called My Browse, and I want to ask, how many of you have seen me before? So few people. That's not a lot. It's been fun, right? Yeah. And sometimes I wish I wish there was a bit more of me, and a bit more of me, especially online. Like sometimes when I'm online, things aren't really about me, and I would like to change that. I would like to have more personalized browsing when I'm online. So I made a browser plugin that detects whether there's faces in images online, and then it swaps those faces with my face. And then it also tries to detect whether there's names, and then those names get swapped for my name. And all of a sudden, I have a way better experience browsing, for instance, my favorite newspaper. So this is in Danish. You don't really maybe you don't understand all of it, but you can see that I won 2 Golden Globes, and I'm gonna be the king of Denmark, and everything is just like, I don't know, it's more relevant to me. Of course, this stuff is also scary, right? And all of these face swaps, they happen within less than a second each, and they cost practically nothing, and they are made with only one reference image of myself. Okay, so this year I had like kid number 2 with my wife, so I haven't made any fun projects, but I would love to. So I really want to work more with European data and European machine learning models. I've been sort of using a lot of US models, but I would really, really love to collaborate. So if anyone's interested, then please let me know. I'm up for fun. And yeah, now I think we have a time for a question or two.
Why? Okay, any real questions? Yes, I see one over here. Let's get a microphone down and stand up. This will allow the people at home to hear the question.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting. Are these apps all open source? Because they are quite dangerous, and I can already see that some of them might have been applied as reviewers on Amazon. Because for things you get from Amazon, like I don't trust the rating anymore. And all these face swapping and technology, so they could potentially be used to for dissemination as well as disinformation, especially with Wikipedia. And when we cannot detect this kind of the misinformation or disinformation on Wikipedia, the real Wikipedia pages will actually be drowned. So, so this is the question of ethics and how could these apps be used or be tracked, that when they are being used, is it possible to track who are using them and whether the content has been flooding our public sphere?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that you asked that question. So to answer the first part, like these models are already being used for misinformation. Like they are, like the web is full of misinformation. Like it's completely bombarded with AI-generated spam, sometimes for political reasons, sometimes for commercial reasons. And my projects try to highlight that. I don't want to encourage it, but I want you to sort of be a bit afraid, like have fun and be afraid. Sort of, that's the title of my talk, more or less. My projects are typically shown at art venues where there is a bit of guidance. So you can see that this is an installation around fake or real stuff. I don't put a lot of these things online so everyone can use them. So the meme cam is an exception, but I don't think that is like a misinformation tool. But the face swap stuff I use, the large language models I use, the image models, like they're all open source. I didn't create them. They exist already. People are already using them. And I just want to show everyone that this stuff exists. And I want you to laugh and be a bit scared. Yeah. In terms of like ways of tracking them, then other people are smarter than me in terms of answering that question. There are attempts, but I haven't personally seen anything that's like really good at detecting whether, for instance, text is AI generated or not.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the use of gamification in media literacy, a sort of way to try and make people look at things in a different way that highlights oh, this is used for good, but it could be used for bad. Any other questions that maybe don't delve quite so deeply into the ethical, moral murkiness that we do not have time to tackle at this point? Anybody got any more questions? Yes, one down at the back, and then we'll finish up one here with Sam.
So thank you first for the very interesting use cases, let's say. I wonder if you see a way of popularizing more serious, let's say, data sets, or right, we are dealing with using some of these approaches.
I think I'm the wrong person, but I don't know. Like, let's chat about it afterwards. But I think I'm the wrong person to do that. Honestly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and can we get a microphone down to Sam, please?
Yeah, sort of philosophical question. Do you think that AI models ever create anything truly creative by themselves, or does it always need that human interaction with them?
So a lot of my work is sort of artificially tries to claim that AI made this, right? I call it books by AI, but there was a lot of human work in the process. All the data comes from humans. I came up with the concept. I selected the AI models. I trained them, and I curated the output. So there are humans in the loop. That being said, I'm super interested in pursuing that question, and I want to figure out the answer, but I don't have the answer, and I haven't seen anything yet where you can't pinpoint a lot of human agency in the process.
Get yourself to some copyright conferences. They talk about that a lot. Any more questions before we hand over for the closing? No? In that case, huge round of applause, please, for Andreas. Well, thank you very much. I think we've kept the fun element of this afternoon very high. So, Antonio, no pressure to tell us a few jokes, perhaps, but actually really to do your best to encompass what we've been really talking about for the last couple of days on Open Data Days. So please, António Carneiro, who is the Director of Access to and Reuse of Public Information here at the Public Office of European Union.
Thank you. Amazing journey. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, dear friends, as we come to the end of another inspiring edition of the Open Days, I would like to take a moment to reflect on what we have shared over the past 2 days. This event has once again demonstrated the immense value of open data in shaping our societies, our economies, our policies, and our future. It has also reinforced our collective commitment to innovation and collaboration, and it has also made clear that significant new opportunities lie ahead, but so do challenges. Over the past 2 days, we have explored a vast landscape of topics, from AI-powered digital twins to the governance of open data ecosystems, from the importance of interoperability to the impact of open data on policy, democracy, sustainability, and economic growth. One key message has emerged clearly. Open data is not just a technical resource, it is a driver of change. It empowers policymakers to make informed decisions, citizens to participate in democracy more actively, researchers to push the frontiers of knowledge, business to innovate, and even consumers and managers to make smarter choices. Reusers across sectors have demonstrated how open data fuels innovation and generates public value. Studies have shown that opening data can have a measurable economic impact, with estimates indicating potential GDP increases of up to 2% in some cases. The examples we have seen, ranging from AI-powered multilingual services in smart cities to marine knowledge, efficient energy systems, and more accountable institutions, demonstrate how far-reaching the benefits of open data can be. The transformative power of open data is clear, but this progress did not happen overnight. It has been a journey of continuous development, learning, and adaptation. When we launched the Open Data Maturity Assessment, a benchmark that tracks how European countries develop their open data policies, infrastructure, and impact, there were barely any open data portals, policies, representatives of or frameworks in place. Today, in the edition number 10 of the assessment, all European countries have established these fundamental pillars. As we look ahead 10 years to the edition number 20, we can envision a future where datasets, machines, and AI systems communicate seamlessly, enabling real-time data exchange and informed decision-making on an unprecedented scale. Open data is evolving as AI and generative technologies reshape how we interact with the data. We must stay both innovative and responsible. The potential is immense, but so is the responsibility. And while we celebrate these successes, we must also recognize the challenge ahead. Data literacy becomes increasingly essential, but not just for experts, but for everyone, ensuring that data-driven insights are accessible and meaningful. Visualization plays a crucial role in making complex datasets understandable, enabling users to extract insights more effectively. High-quality metadata, governance structures, and sustainable data ecosystems remain crucial for ensuring that data is not just open, but truly usable. Moreover, we must consider the evolving landscape of open data with a changing geopolitical context. The EU has embraced openness by sharing, for instance, its research results and fostering transparency, but are our allies reciprocating in the same way? Who ultimately benefits from open data sharing, and how can we ensure that it remains a fair and balanced exchange? These are questions that we must continue to ask as we shape the future of open data policies. Looking forward, we recognize that the work does not stop here. The conversations we started must continue beyond these 2 days. The insight gained must translate into actions, policies, and projects that drive real-world change. At the Publications Office of the EU, managing data.europa.eu, the official portal for European data, we see this a part of a broader vision, building an interoperable European data ecosystem. The true potential of open data lies not only in its use, but in its ability to connect multiple sources, generating greater value. This means going beyond simply providing access to datasets. It means fostering a culture where users are also contributors, creating, refining, and integrating data that benefits the wider public. By incorporating data from NGOs, private companies, and other groups and parties, we can unlock new perspectives and richer insights. Let's continue to collaborate across borders, sectors, and disciplines. Let's champion open data as a tool for progress, and let's ensure that the future of data remains one that serves the public good. Before closing, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all our speakers and experts for sharing their knowledge, expertise, and insights. Your work is pushing the boundaries of what's possible with open data, and we are truly honored to have you here. A heartfelt thank you also goes to all of you, the participants. Your engagement, your questions, and your insights have enriched our discussions. This even would be the same without the vibrant exchange of ideas that we have made possible. And let's not forget those who join us online. Thank you for being part of this journey. I also want to extend my appreciation to the European countries that have contributed to the European open data landscape and to this event in particular, whether by sharing their expertise and initiatives or by simply being part of the audience. Your involvement underscores the power of collaboration in driving open data forward. Finally, a big thanks to our event partners, the members of the program committee, and of course, our organization team, who have tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a success. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Antonio, and of course, the Publications Office of the European Union, as well as everyone here on the ground. I think you've name-checked everyone. For everyone here in the audience, did you have a good time? Hands up if you did. Yes? Okay, now clap yourselves on the back, because you've all done a really great job. And a big warm welcome, and big warm thank you to those who've been joining online throughout the last 2 days. We know that many hundreds of you joined from across Europe and around the world. I don't have the exact figures, but I'm sure we will share them at some point. Remember, you can fill out this survey. It will only take a few minutes. The QR code, we hope, should be working properly now. So if you want in the room to use your smartphone and online, you can follow the link. Thank you very much indeed. Keep sharing your thoughts using the hashtag. I know you're sick of me saying it by now, but it's EU Open Days 2025. Perhaps you can even share those self-generated memes. That's it for another year. We hope we will all be getting together in high spirits again next year. And in the meantime, enjoy the rest of the Luxembourg sunshine.